Chapter 370. Duan Lingtian. You very good. The seven-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, looked at Duan Lingtian, and his face that was tranquil from the beginning until the end revealed a trace of a rare smile. I won't pursue the matter from before, let's drop it here. Let's drop it here. Since Linghu Jinhong said this, he obviously didn't plan to fuss about what had happened earlier with Duan Lingtian. Sect leader. Zhao Lin's gaze went slightly cold, and he had an unwilling expression. This Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Linghu Jinhong. Zhao Lin, are you questioning my decision? Linghu Jinhong's voice was calm, and it contained coldness mixed within, causing Zhao Lin to shudder, and he shook his head in panic. Zhao Lin doesn't dare. Meanwhile, the peak of Dubhe Peak was once again in an uproar. The sect leader really thinks highly of Duan Lingtian, and he's letting it go just like that? Looks like those with strong natural talent in the martial Dao do indeed have special privileges. Some seven-star sword sect disciples were extremely envious of Duan Lingtian from their words. Presently, the group of people that were concerned about Duan Lingtian like Li Fei, Ke, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. As for the people that wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian, like Wu Yongqian and Lu Shirgu, their expressions were gloomy. I never imagined that this little bastard would be able to escape calamity. Hu Shuifeng glanced at Li Fei and Ke who were following behind Duan Lingtian, and he gnashed his teeth. What did this Duan Lingtian rely on to obtain the favor of so many beauties? First was Li Fei. Now there was another young woman whose beauty wasn't inferior to Li Fei. Moreover, she was the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master. For a time, the flames of jealousy that filled Hu Shuifeng's heart arose, and it seemed as if it could burn everything. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Lingtian thanked Linghu Jinhong in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded with praise, and thought in his heart, Duan Lingtian is different from the other seven-star sword sect disciples. When the other disciples stood before me, they were all respectful and reverent, and didn't even dare breathe loudly. But what Linghu Jinhong didn't know, because of his casual attitude at this time, it made Linghu Jinhong look at him a bit higher. Sect leader, you have to give back my justice, Lingda. Suddenly Wu Yongqian's voice sounded out, and like a fuse, it completely ignited the atmosphere at the peak of Migres Peak. Lingtian, Lingtian, Lingtian. They remembered the reason why they were gathered here today. Lingtian, 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 Lingtian of Lingtian, 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 Lingtian. Impossible. The peak master of Migres Peak has a cultivation at the 9th level of the void prying stage. How could Duan Lingtian possibly kill him? That's not necessarily true. Don't forget the miracles Duan Lingtian has created in the past. Yeah, no matter what kind of miracle it is, as long as it happens to Duan Lingtian, I won't be surprised. If the Migres Peak's peak master was really killed by Duan Lingtian, then no matter how much the sect leader values Duan Lingtian today, Duan Lingtian will probably be unable to escape death. The crowd of seven-star sword sect disciples started whispering in discussion. At this moment, the gaze Linghu Jinhong shot at Duan Lingtian abruptly became fierce, and he asked with a deep voice, Duan Lingtian, Wu Yongqian said it was you who killed the peak master of Migres Peak. Do you know your crime? Wu Yongqian looked at Duan Lingtian in a timely manner, and his eyes were crimson red as if he'd transformed into a bloodthirsty fierce beast that lay dormant at the side as he spied on Duan Lingtian, ready to pounce at any moment. Sect leader, Peak Master Wu Dao's death isn't related to me. What crime have I committed? Duan Lingtian shook his head and denied it flatly. Even though Wu Dao died because of consuming the soul destruction fruit. But as far as he was concerned, Wu Dao's death wasn't related to him in the slightest. If it wasn't for Wu Dao spying on his method of utilizing origin energy, he wouldn't have casually described the characteristics of the soul destruction fruit. Wu Dao finding the soul destruction fruit and consuming it to death was simply his own misfortune, and he only had himself to blame. Duan Lingtian, you're talking nonsense. Wu Yongqian's face went ghastly pale when he heard Duan Lingtian's denial, and he almost roared. If it wasn't for you misleading my foster father to look for that poisonous fruit, he wouldn't have consumed the poisonous fruit and died from the poison. It's all your fault. It's you who deceived my foster father, and made him mistakenly think that it was a spirit fruit that was capable of causing origin energy to mutate. What the heck is going on? Ling Hu Jinhong's sword-shaped brows twitched, and his fierce gaze seemed to have transformed into a sword that flashed straight towards Wu Yongqian, causing Wu Yongqian's body to tremble for no reason, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Wu Yongqian hadn't mentioned all this before. He only said that Duan Lingtian caused the death of the Migres Peak's master. Let me say it. Duan Lingtian spoke first, then looked at Ling Hu Jinhong and said, Sect leader, that day, after Peak Master Wu Dao saw through my secret, he wanted to obtain the method of utilizing origin energy from me that allowed the weak to defeat the strong. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian paused. Method of utilizing origin energy? Ling Hu Jinhong's sword-shaped brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. Sect leader, the reason I was able to defeat the strong as the weak was because my origin energy was able to execute an extremely profound method. Peak Master Wu Dao precisely saw through my method, so he summoned me. He wanted to obtain that method from me and take it for himself. Duan Lingtian spoke bluntly. Wu Yongqian snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, on that day my foster father wanted to obtain your method of utilizing origin energy because he wanted to contribute it to the sect. Don't make slanderous accusations and slander my foster father. Slander? Duan Lingtian laughed, then said indifferently, Wu Yongqian, I'm extremely curious. Do you believe the words you're saying now? If Peak Master Wu Dao really wanted me to contribute that method of utilizing origin energy to the sect, why didn't he report it to the sect leader first before making a decision? It can be seen from this that he did it for his own selfish desires. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he spoke bluntly without holding back in the slightest. You! Swoosh! Duan Lingtian kicked out, kicking Wu Yongqian flying, and the latter fiercely fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. I'll kill you! Wu Yongqian struggled to stand up, and once again pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Pig-headed. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and killing intent was aroused in his eyes. Right at this moment, a cold snort that seemed to have come from within an ice cave caused the air to slightly condense. Instantly, Wu Yongqian, who flashed swiftly towards Duan Lingtian, strangely stopped halfway. His body stiffened, and he didn't move for a long time, and his forehead broke out in cold sweat so strong. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and his heart trembled. At the instant Ling Hu Jinhong's imposing aura condensed and descended onto Wu Yongqian. His acute spiritual force clearly sensed it. Ling Hu Jinhong only used his imposing aura to cause Wu Yongqian to be unable to move in the slightest. As expected of the 7-star sword sect's leader, a void initiation stage expert. Only when Ling Hu Jinhong withdrew his imposing aura did Wu Yongqian recover his composure, and his face flushed red as he said agitatedly, Sect leader, don't listen to Duan Lingtian's nonsense. My foster father ate the spirit fruit that he described, and then died from the poison. He surely did it on purpose, he surely did it on purpose. As he finished speaking, Wu Yongqian was slightly hysterical. Meanwhile, everyone present came to a sudden understanding. Chapter 371. Intentionally. Duan Lingtian couldn't refrain from laughing when faced with Wu Yongqian's hysteria. You said I intentionally caused the death of Peak Master Wu Dao? Exactly, it was you that caused the death of my foster father. Wu Yongqian's eyes were crimson red and suffused with bloodthirsty killing intent, and he was about to swallow his target. After glancing at Wu Yongqian as if he was looking at an idiot, Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Hu Jinhong. Sect leader, the characteristics of the spirit fruit I described before Peak Master Wu Dao was indeed no different than the spirit fruit I consumed that day. As for the spirit fruit Peak Master Wu Dao found, according to my guess, it ought to only have similar characteristics to the spirit fruit I consumed. But I'm extremely curious. Even I know how to use a silver needle to first test if the spirit fruit is poisonous before daring to consume it. Could it be that Peak Master Wu Dao didn't test the spirit fruit he obtained and directly consumed it? Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with bewilderment. Peak Master Wu Dao tested that spirit fruit. Right at this moment, a white-haired old man walked out from the group of 7-star sword sect higher-ups. The old man had a benevolent expression, and after lightly smiling and nodding to Duan Lingtian, he said, Peak Master Wu Dao used a silver needle to test the spirit fruit he obtained, but didn't find any toxicity. Later on, he was still worried, so he looked for me and the other alchemy elders to help him. When he spoke up to here, the old man paused for a moment before continuing. But according to our tests, that spirit fruit indeed didn't have any toxicity. Now it would seem that the toxicity within that spirit fruit is extremely secretive and utterly impossible to test. In my entire lifetime, it's still the first time that I, Guanzhong, know that such a spirit fruit actually exists in the world. When he spoke up to here, the old man sighed. Guanzhong. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. According to his knowledge, the one and only grade 6 alchemist in the 7-star sword sect was called Guanzhong. He was also the alchemy elder that controlled the 7-star sword sect's alchemy hall. Hiss. 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 The sound of people sucking in cold air rose and fell one after another. It caused the atmosphere on the peak of Dubhe Peak to become slightly oppressive. Even Elder Guanzhong is unable to test the toxicity of that spirit fruit? The peak master of Migres Peak, his luck is truly. It seems that even if we get some kind of spirit fruit in the future, we can't eat it directly. It's best to cut out a small piece and feed it to the ferocious beasts. If the ferocious beasts don't die, then we can eat it. If Peak Master Wu Dao knew how to use this method to test for poison, he wouldn't have been poisoned to death. Perhaps even Peak Master Wu Dao himself didn't expect that the poison of the spirit fruit couldn't be detected by normal means. The group of 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and they all felt that the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, had died unjustly and died with grievance. Duan Lingtian, you must recognize that kind of spirit fruit, so you deliberately let my master look for it, right? Wu Yongqian glared at Duan Lingtian and questioned sternly. Idiot! Duan Lingtian coldly glanced at Wu Yongqian and calmly said, Didn't you hear what Elder Guanzhong said? Even he has never seen or heard of such a spirit fruit. Don't tell me you think my knowledge is better than Elder Guanzhong's? Moreover, according to my knowledge, there are many spirit fruits that have similar characteristics, but their medicinal strengths aren't the same. Duan Lingtian looked at Guanzhong and slowly asked, Elder Guanzhong, is it so? Guanzhong nodded. It's indeed so. There are countless types of spirit fruits in Cloud Continent, but their medicinal strengths aren't the same. According to my knowledge, there are many types of spirit fruits that have similar characteristics to other spirit fruits, and they can practically pass off as genuine. As soon as Guanzhong finished speaking, it caused a stir on the peak of Dubhe Peak as expected. Looks like Peak Master Wu Dao ought to have just found a spirit fruit with similar characteristics. But although the spirit fruit he found has similar characteristics to the spirit fruit Duan Lingtian consumed, its medicinal strength is at two extremes. Exactly. The spirit fruit Duan Lingtian consumed gave him an extremely great benefit, causing others to be envious. But the spirit fruit Peak Master Wu Dao consumed was a type of spirit fruit that even Elder Guanzhong was unable to test the toxicity of. This type of spirit fruit is unheard of. I'm afraid only by allowing a person or beast to personally test the poison would one be able to test the toxicity of this type of spirit fruit. But when an ordinary person obtains a spirit fruit, would they share it with another person or beast? Peak Master Wu Dao will become the Peak Master of Migres Peak that died the most aggrieved death in the history of our 7-star sword sect. The whispers of these 7-star sword sect disciples entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian, and it caused the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to be unable to refrain from twitching. That Wu Dao was indeed unfortunate and died aggrieved. He was even able to encounter the soul-severing fruit. This fact still caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly unable to recover from his shock, and he felt as if he was dreaming. At that time he casually fabricated the toxicity of the soul-severing fruit for the sake of brushing off Wu Dao. But he never imagined that Wu Dao really went to the primeval forest to look for the soul-severing fruit. Even more unexpected was that Wu Dao actually really found the soul-severing fruit. Perhaps at the moment Wu Dao found the soul-severing fruit, his fate was already decided. Sect leader, you already know the sequence of events. If Peak Master Wu Dao really died because of that poisonous fruit, then it can only be said to be a freak combination of factors. I never imagined that there was another type of poisonous fruit within the primeval forest that had characteristics similar to the spirit fruit I consumed, and it was even found by Peak Master Wu Dao. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Hu Jinhong as he slowly spoke. Ling Hu Jinhong raised his hand and his origin energy roiled before enveloping down and sweeping up the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, on the ground. After a short moment, this grade 6 spirit sword that originally belonged to the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao, fell into Ling Hu Jinhong's hand. The peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao, mistakenly consumed a poisonous fruit and died, and it's unrelated to anyone else. The grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, will be temporarily safeguarded by me, and will be left to the next peak master of Migres Peak. As Ling Hu Jinhong spoke up to hear, his eyes squinted as he abruptly looked at Wu Yongqian, who was about to speak once more. The fierce gaze caused Wu Yongqian to shudder, and he tightly shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Disperse. As Ling Hu Jinhong's voice sounded out, he announced the end of today's farce. In the next moment, in the eyes of all the 7-star sword sect disciples, Ling Hu Jinhong's figure gradually faded, and he first transformed into a phantom before vanishing without a trace. Duan Lingtian arrive at Dubhe Hall in 3 days. At the same time, a warm voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was able to discern it. This was precisely the voice of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Ling Hu Jinhong. I'm not resigned. After Ling Hu Jinhong left, Wu Yongqian roared as he carried Wu Dao's body and dashed madly down Dubhe Peak. Everywhere he passed, the 7-star sword sect disciples moved aside. I originally thought that Wu Yongqian had some ironclad evidence that could prove that it was Duan Lingtian that caused the death of Peak Master Wu Dao. Never had I imagined that in the end, all of this was actually a farce. However, we've finally found out the secret of Duan Lingtian defeating a stronger opponent. Not only is Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao formidable, his luck is excessively good as well, causing others to be envious. Amidst the waves of bustling discussion, the 7-star sword sect disciples gradually dispersed. Hu Shuefeng glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian, then gritted his teeth before turning around and leaving with an unwilling expression. High above in the sky, the group of 7-star sword sect higher-ups gradually dispersed as well. Duan Lingtian, I'll obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll sooner or later. Zhao Lin took a deep breath before flying off into the distance. The peak of Dubhe Peak that was bustling with noise and excitement a moment ago had gone silent for a moment. Only some inner court disciples that stood near the trade hall and Duan Lingtian's group remained. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures flashed down from the sky. The Mizar Peaks Master Zheng Fan, and the Alcade Peaks Master Qin Xiang. Just as they landed beside Duan Lingtian and the others, a voice rang out. Whoosh! A wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out from behind the clouds and mist in the distance at the peak of Dubhe Peak. The howls of the wind grew closer and closer. Qin Xiang's beautiful brows frowned slightly as she focused her gaze towards the source of the sound and muttered, "It's a demon beast." For a moment Duan Lingtian, Zheng Fan, and the others looked over as well. In the distant sky, the clouds and mist roiled, and an incomparably swift black figure was passing through the clouds and mist to flash over. Everywhere it passed, it pulled out a long airflow, and its imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. After a short moment, that black figure approached the peak of Dubhe Peak. So long as it passed through a few more layers of clouds and mist, it would appear before the eyes of everyone. First level void prying stage demon beast. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force faintly detected the background of this black figure. Wait! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force shook, and his face went serious. This demon beast is carrying a person. It seems to be a 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist. Whoosh! Finally, an enormous black figure passed through the clouds and mist before Duan Lingtian's group, and it appeared to float high in the sky. What's that? It seems to be a demon beast. What demon beast is so audacious to actually dare trespass into our 7-star sword sect? At the peak of Dubhe Peak, the inner court disciples nearby the trade hall all surrounded over, and they looked up at the enormous black figure in the sky. Presently, Duan Lingtian's gaze had descended onto the black figure as well. This was a bird-type demon beast that seemed like an eagle yet wasn't an eagle. Its entire body was covered in shiny black-colored feathers, and when its wings were spread open, it was like a cloud that covered the sky. The feathers on the tip of its wings were even like sharp blades that flickered with a frightening sheen under the thin sunlight. It caused one's hair to stand on end. Dark rock. In next to no time, some inner court disciples exclaimed in shock. Dark rock? Duan Lingtian started to search the memories of Emperor Wu when he heard this. After a short moment, he obtained what he wanted to know. Dark rock, a void prying stage demon beast, and when it matured to the limit, its strength was comparable to a third-level void prying stage martial artist. Dark rock was the product of the union between a rock-type demon beast and an eagle-type demon beast. Dark rock possesses the speed of a rock-type demon beast and the attack of an eagle-type demon beast. It's an extremely terrifying demon beast, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. At this moment, he was most curious about the person that sat behind the dark rock. Suddenly, whoosh! The dark rock descended from the sky, and the figure that sat cross-legged behind it with a zither on its lap entered into Duan Lingtian's eyes. All of a sudden, clang! Chapter 372. The sound of a zither abruptly sounded out, and it was like a high mountain and flowing water, causing one to feel relaxed and happy. Duan Lingtian glanced over. He saw the wings of the dark rock spread open, its back was flat like the ground, and a young man in a silver robe sat cross-legged there, and he was concentrating on playing the zither. Every time his hand descended, a beautiful sound of the zither would follow. It was like the clear sound of an empty valley that lingered in the air without end. The young man was around 26 or 27 years old, and he had a graceful bearing and extraordinary bearing. 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist at the age of 26 or 27? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he saw the young man's appearance clearly. After all, even the most outstanding inner court disciple in the 7-star sword sect's younger generation that he knew, Zheng Song, was only at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 28 this year. This young man was even younger than Zheng Song, but his strength far surpassed Zheng Song. Who the heck is he? Zither young master. Suddenly an exclaim of surprise sounded out. It was precisely Zheng Song, who stood nearby Duan Lingtian, who looked at the white-robed young man and spoke. Zither young master? One of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian was stunned. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian heard waves of exclamations enter into his ears. He's Zither young master? Zither young master, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, ranked 3rd. Supposedly, this Zither young master had already broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage a few months ago. He seems to be only 26 years old. 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist at the age of 26. Simply monstrous. In our 7-star sword sect, in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao, I'm afraid only Duan Lingtian is able to compare to him. Exactly. With Duan Lingtian's natural talent, so long as he can maintain it, it's even possible for him to step into the 9th level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 26. The crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples discussed animatedly. Right at this moment, Zither young master who sat cross-legged on the dark rock and played the zither obviously heard the discussions of the crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples, and his eyes squinted as the movements of his hands slowed down. The sound of the zither reverberated throughout the peak of Dubhe Peak and gradually disappeared. Whoosh! Zither young master's figure moved and floated down, and his gaze descended onto Qin Xiang and Zheng Fan. Zishang greets the 2 peak masters. Obviously, this Zither young master, Zishang, recognized the peak masters of Alcade Peak and Mizar Peak. Zither Prince. Zheng Fan lightly smiled, as he didn't dare be disrespectful when facing this outstanding talent in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Rather, it was Qin Xiang who nodded her head lightly. A strand of cold light flashed imperceptibly within Zishang's eyes towards Qin Xiang's casualness, and it flashed before vanishing. Even so, Duan Lingtian still managed to capture it. Duan Lingtian was alarmed. This Zither young master, one of the 5 great young masters, was absolutely not a good person. Very quickly, when he noticed Zither young master's gaze, Duan Lingtian frowned. Presently, Zither young master's burning gaze had descended onto Kerr, who was by his side. Kerr, we meet again. Zither young master faintly smiled at Kerr, refined and courteous. At this moment it was as if Kerr was the only one left in his world. Yes. Kerr obviously didn't have a good impression of this zither young master, and she replied indifferently. This is. In next to no time, zither young master's gaze reluctantly left Kerr and descended onto Li Fei, who stood on the other side of Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted a trace of shock. In the end, his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. So long as it was a normal man, the young man that stood by the side of two drop-dead gorgeous women would arouse jealousy in his heart. Duan Lingtian noticed that when zither young master looked at him, traces of warning were mixed within the depths of his gaze. It was as if he was warning him of something. Peak Master Qin Xiang. Suddenly, zither young master looked at the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang, and he slightly bowed. I've come this time mainly because I want to propose marriage to Peak Master Qin Xiang. Propose marriage? As soon as zither young master said this, it caused everyone present to be astounded. Right when everyone hadn't recovered from their shock, zither young master continued. Last time, Peak Master Qin Xiang passed by the imperial city and stopped at my Z clan. Since that time I've fallen in love with your disciple at first sight. I heard recently that Peak Master Qin Xiang and your disciple have already returned to the 7-star sword sect, so I rushed over impatiently. I hope Peak Master Qin Xiang can fulfill my wish and betroth your disciple Kerr to me. As soon as zither young master said this, Qin Xiang's beautiful brows raised. The expressions of Duan Lingtian and the people by his side that knew of the relationship between him and Kerr went grim. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Earlier, he'd noticed that the gaze zither young master looked at Kerr was unusual, yet he never imagined that zither young master had come to the 7-star sword sect this time for the sake of proposing marriage to Peak Master Qin Xiang. He actually wanted to marry Kerr. I hope Peak Master Qin Xiang can fulfill my wish. Zither young master looked at Qin Xiang and said a step further. If Peak Master Qin Xiang is willing to fulfill my wish, then Zishang is willing to ask master to bestow a grade 5 spirit sword as the betrothal gift. Zither young master's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It caused the crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples present to be dumbstruck. Grade 5 spirit sword? Even our 7-star sword sect seems to only have a grade 5 spirit sword. This zither young master said repeatedly that he wants his master to bestow a grade 5 spirit sword to him? Who exactly is his master? I heard long ago that zither young master took an expert from the imperial kingdom as his master. Now it would seem that all this is true. Grade 5 spirit sword. My God, what extravagance! The 7-star sword sect inner court disciples were in an uproar, and they were all shocked. To them, a grade 5 spirit sword was in existence that was difficult for them to attain in their entire lifetimes. Zither young master. Right at this moment, a delicate shout sounded out. It was Kerr who stood by Duan Lingtian's side. She stretched out her hand to hold onto Duan Lingtian's arm and came close to Duan Lingtian. Then her beautiful eyes congealed with cold lights as she looked at zither young master and said indifferently, Zither young master, thank you for your great love. But unfortunately, Kerr's heart already belongs to someone else. Her heart belonged to someone else. Duan Lingtian's stiff face bloomed into a brilliant smile, and he held onto Kerr's delicate hand with a flip of his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, zither young master's face went gloomy, and the white robe on his body fluttered without wind. He looked at Qin Xiang. Peak Master Qin Xiang. Before zither young master could finish speaking, Qin Xiang said indifferently, I respect Kerr's choice. Qin Xiang's words were undoubtedly indicating her position. Zither young master's face instantly went gloomy, and his graceful image shattered into pieces. His pair of cold and indifferent eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as he slowly spoke. You leave Kerr, and I can satisfy any request of yours. Zither young master's words contained a condescending tone, and it was even more like a person in a higher position speaking to a person in a lower position. Idiot! A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he heard zither young master, and he slowly spat out 2 words. Idiot? Duan Lingtian's words caused everyone present to be dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian called one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zither young master, an idiot? This, at the same time that all the 7-star sword sect disciples were dumbstruck. The gazes they shot at Duanling Tian were filled with adoration. Presently, besides Ke and Li Fei, even the group of people by Duanling Tian's side, including Qin Xiang and Zheng Fan, had dumbstruck expressions. Duanling Tian was too valiant. You're courting death. Right when most people were dazed, Zither Young Master abruptly shouted out explosively. His finger shook as origin energy condensed to descend onto a string on the zither in his hand. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of the zither sounded out, piercing the eardrums of everyone present. The expressions of some 7-star sword sect inner court disciples with comparatively weaker cultivations went pale, and they felt as if their eardrums were about to burst from the sound. Just as the lightning flashed. Swish! An ear-piercing howl sounded out. It was a string on the zither in Zither Young Master's hand that left the zither, and it seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow that whistled towards Duanling Tian, pointing directly at Duanling Tian's chest, and it seemed as if it wanted to pierce through Duanling Tian's entire body. In the sky above Zither Young Master, over 1,400 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Duanling Tian's face went gloomy. Zither Young Master Zi Shang was a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, and when his full strength exploded out, it was comparable to the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths. Presently, the zither in his hand was even capable of amplifying the strength of over 400 ancient mammoths. It was obviously a grade 5 spirit weapon. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duanling Tian didn't dare hesitate. The origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed as his entire strength exploded out, and at the same time he utilized quake energy with the intention of dodging. But right at the instant he reacted, that zither string seemed to have transformed into the reaping scythe of the god of death, and it was only a foot away from him, too swift. Duanling Tian's face went gloomy, as he was utterly unable to dodge. Right when Duanling Tian intended to utilize the inscription, a cold snort sounded out. Swish! An even swifter sword light flashed by and blocked the zither string that Zither Young Master played. Bang! The sword light that was condensed from origin energy exploded, destroying the zither string that Zither Young Master played. Zither Young Master's face flushed red, and he felt something sweet in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His gaze descended onto the person that attacked, and he said in a low voice, "Peak Master Qin Xiang, I only wanted to test the ability of the man that Ke took a fancy to. Could it be that you don't feel it's beneath your dignity to attack me?" Qin Xiang said indifferently, "Ke is my personal disciple, and her man is someone that I want to protect." Her words were filled with the intention of protecting her own. Zither Young Master's expression was gloomy, and he abruptly looked at Duanling Tian as he shouted coldly, "Kid, if you still think you're a man, then bring out the spirit of a man and fight with me, Duanling Tian. The victor will obtain Ke. The loser will forever vanish before Ke. Do you dare?" Zither Young Master's tone contained traces of coldness mixed within. "Zi Shang, you're shameless." Ke's beautiful face went grim. At the instant Zither Young Master attacked Duanling Tian, she'd taken Zither Young Master to be an enemy. Now, when she heard Zither Young Master issue such a bet with Duanling Tian, she was instantly exasperated. "Ke, only a strong man is able to protect you. A coward doesn't have the qualifications to possess you." Zither Young Master refused to let go, and his pair of cold and fierce eyes stared at Duanling Tian. Ha 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 ha, whereas Duanling Tian suddenly started laughing loudly instead, and he looked at Zither Young Master as if he was looking at a clown. "What are you laughing at?" Accompanied by a sword light flashing out, Zheng Fan's voice sounded out. "Fuck off." The sword light was like a shadow as it flashed directly towards the dark rock, terrifying the dark rock to the point it returned to where it came from, and its enormous body shivered as a demon beast. It was naturally able to feel how formidable that sword light was. Along with the sword light being annihilated, the ancient horned dragon silhouette above Zheng Fan was annihilated along with it. "Bastard, if you dare attack again, I'll surely kill you." Zheng Fan's voice revealed traces of coldness. It terrified the dark rock to the point it lowered its head like a human and emitted a wave of sorrowful cries. "Peak Master Zheng Fan." Zither Young Master's expression was extremely unsightly when he saw Zheng Fan interfering. Zhang Fan glanced indifferently at Zither Young Master. He was friendly to Zither Young Master earlier because he felt Zither Young Master's potential was great, and Zither Young Master would sooner or later attain his current height. But now, Zither Young Master was going against Duan Lingtian. He naturally knew what was more important. Not to mention Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Just based on Duan Lingtian's unparalleled natural talent, it was already worthy of him going all out to protect him. Compared to Zither Young Master, he looked more favorably upon Duan Lingtian's future. Little bastard. Zither Young Master's gaze went slightly cold as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. If you have the balls, then don't rely on others and fight me openly. If you don't dare, then you're a coward, a piece of trash. You don't have the qualifications to possess Kerr, and you don't have the qualifications to protect Kerr. What number one genius of the Seven-Star Sword sect? In my opinion, he's utterly a cowardly piece of trash. Presently, Zither Young Master had already found out about Duan Lingtian's identity from the whispers of the crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples. This Duan Lingtian was the genius disciple that the crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples spoke of when he'd just arrived, the genius disciple whose natural talent in the martial Dao far surpassed him. At that time he was unconvinced in his heart. As far as he was concerned, in the younger generation of Cloud Moon Kingdom, only the first two people amongst the 5 great young masters were able to make him take them seriously. Even if it was the other 2 people that were ranked behind him, he wouldn't even spare a glance at them. Right when Kerr was angered to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and she was about to refute, Duan Lingtian spoke first, and he glanced indifferently at Zither Young Master. Zither Young Master, right? Whether I have the qualifications to possess Kerr or not seems to be something that isn't up to you to decide, right? One must know one's own limitations. One must know one's own ability. As for you asking me to have a fair and square battle with you, don't you think it's funny? You Zither Young Master, how old are you this year? How old am I, Duan Lingtian, this year? You want to have a fair and square battle with me? Don't you feel ashamed? As he finished speaking, a wisp of ridicule appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. To him, killing this Zither Young Master was extremely simple. A single bone corrosion inscription would be able to send him to the afterlife. The reason he didn't do this now was because he knew that even if he utilized the bone corrosion inscription, he would still be stopped by Zhang Fan and Qin Xiang. As the peak masters of the Seven-Star Sword sect, it was absolutely impossible for the 2 of them to allow Zither Young Master to die in the Seven-Star Sword sect. Perhaps in their eyes, Zither Young Master's crime didn't warrant death. Duan Lingtian's words caused Zither Young Master's face to sink. A coward is a coward. According to what you said, I, Zither Young Master, am unable to fight you in this lifetime? So long as I fight you, it's me bullying the weak? Zither Young Master continued to ridicule, wanting to infuriate Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he said indifferently, "If you really want to fight me, it's not impossible. 3 years from now, I'll have a fair and square battle with you." 3 years. Duan Lingtian's words were filled with strong confidence. Zither Young Master's eyes squinted and cold lights flickered within. He glanced at Qin Xiang and Zhang Fan who stood nearby, and he noticed that both of them had calm expressions, seeming to not be shocked by Duan Lingtian's words, and his heart couldn't help but sink. Meanwhile, 3 years. Duan Lingtian is really scheming. He's currently at the mere age of 21, and is already at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. With his natural talent, surpassing Zither Young Master in another 3 years isn't difficult. Duan Lingtian will surely be able to defeat Zither Young Master in 3 years. I'm confident. I'm confident as well. The crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. When the whispers of these inner court disciples entered into Zither Young Master's ears, it caused his face to sink. This Duan Lingtian is only 21 years old. A 21-year-old 9th level Origin Core stage martial artist. Such natural talent has indeed surpassed me. Even I haven't stepped into the 9th level of the Origin Core stage when I was 21 years old. 2 years. I'll give you 2 years of time. Zither Young Master looked at Duan Lingtian, and his words had the intention of bargaining as he said with a low voice, I hope that 2 years from now you, the number one genius of the 7-star sword sect, won't shrink back and rely on the strength of another. At that time I'll defeat you and even kill you. I want to let Kerr know that only I, Zither young master, am the most suitable man for her. After he finished speaking, Zither young master's figure flashed to return to the back of the dark rock. When he left, he had an exasperated expression. He was like a completely different person from when he first arrived. 2 years? Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly flickered as he stared at the back of the dark rock that carried Zither young master away, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he muttered, "As you wish. That Zither young master Zishang is too shameless." Zhang Song slightly felt indignant on behalf of Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, if there were 3 years of time, with Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao, surpassing Zither young master wouldn't be difficult. But 2 years of time, it was extremely difficult for Duan Lingtian to defeat Zither young master. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said indifferently, "Actually, in my eyes, there isn't much difference between 3 years and 2 years. Since he said 2 years, then 2 years it will be. In this way, perhaps it can give me some pressure and allow me to arouse all the potential in my body." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was filled with strong confidence. This caused the 7-star sword sect inner court disciples present to feel a wave of admiration. Duan Lingtian desired to defeat Zither young master in 2 years of time. If he was able to accomplish it, then perhaps Duan Lingtian would become a peerless genius in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that surpassed the 5 great young masters. When they thought of how such a peerless genius appeared in their 7-star sword sect, they felt a wave of excitement in their hearts. Kerr and Li Fei's gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they were filled with tender affection. "Young master, this is my master, the peak master of Alcade Peak." In next to no time, Kerr introduced Qin Xiang to Duan Lingtian. Then she looked at Qin Xiang with a red face. "Master, he's my young master." When she looked at Qin Xiang, Kerr had an embarrassed expression. "Peak master." Duan Lingtian lightly bowed to Qin Xiang, as she was Kerr's master and had the qualifications to make him bow. Qin Xiang glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. "Looks like before you my face is even greater than the face of the sect leader." Qin Xiang remembered. Even if it was before the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, the young man before her had never bowed. Chapter 374. "You're Kerr's master, so you're my senior." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. "Kerr's judgment is very good." Qin Xiang nodded and smiled to Duan Lingtian, and the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with had the feeling of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Kerr has no parents. In the future, this master of mine is like her parents. You have to treat her well, and if I find out that you've let her down, I'll absolutely not forgive you. As she finished speaking, Qin Xiang's eyes emitted a wisp of coldness. The imposing manner of a void initiation stage expert swept through Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to instantly seem as if he was at the center of a storm. "Don't worry, Peak Master, in my eyes, Kerr is more important than my life." Duan Lingtian spoke sincerely. Qin Xiang nodded, then left with Elder Bai who was beside her. Zuoqing followed and left. "Kit, 2 years of time. Are you really confident?" Zhang Fan looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes squinted as he asked curiously. "Peak Master, if you don't believe me, we can make a bet." How about we bet 10 million gold?" Duan Lingtian's face revealed a fox-like smile. It caused Zhang Fan to be unable to refrain from having a vigilant expression, and he rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. "Kid, you're obviously not one to suffer a loss. Only an idiot would bet with you." When they saw Zhang Fan and Duan Lingtian being so casual with each other, everyone present, other than Zhang Song and the 2 parties involved, was completely stunned. Most people couldn't help but doubt in their hearts. Was this middle-aged man that stood before them now and rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian really the peak master of their 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peak? After Zhang Fan left with Zhang Song, Duan Lingtian left Migra's Peak with Kerr and Li Fei to arrive at Migra's Peak. Everywhere they passed, the Migra's Peak disciples respectfully greeted them. Today, Duan Lingtian's actions on the peak of Dubhe Peak had once again convinced them. To say that he didn't respect the sect leader in front of him Since the establishment of the 7-star sword sect, probably only Duan Lingtian alone had such courage. Scoundrel, you're still cultivating at Migres Peak? Isn't Tianshu Peak's cultivation environment better? Li Fei asked curiously. Little Fei, you will know very soon. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously as he held the hands of Ker and Li Fei, one in each hand, and entered Migres Peak under countless burning and envious gazes. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's luck with women is truly enviable. Yeah, the two women by his side are absolutely the most beautiful female disciples I've seen in the 7-star sword sect. We're all humans, we're all men. Why is there such a huge difference? The group of Migres Peak disciples were extremely envious as they spoke. After Duan Lingtian confirmed that no one was following him, he brought along Ker and Li Fei to follow along a remote mountain path to ascend the peak of Migres Peak. As they looked at the empty peak of Migres Peak, Li Fei asked curiously, "Scoundrel, why did you bring us here?" The peak of Migres Peak was coiled by clouds and mist. It was completely white, and there was nothing to see. Come. Duan Lingtian brought Li Fei and Ker to the side of the cliff, then lightly smiled as he said, "Ker, little Fei, both of you stand here. When you go down later, your movements must be slow. I'll be watching you from below." Below? Duan Lingtian's words caused Li Fei and Ker to have bewildered expressions. In the next moment their faces went pale. Because they saw Duan Lingtian actually leap down the cliff, their faces went pale, and for a moment their minds were in chaos, and they practically forgot what Duan Lingtian said to them earlier. "Young master." Ker stuck her head out, looked down the cliff and called out with a voice that contained slight trembling mixed within. "All right, both of you come down." Suddenly, a voice sounded out from below, causing the gazes of Ker and Li Fei to light up. Only now did they realize that Duan Lingtian's actions earlier wasn't courting death. Duan Lingtian stood on the crooked tree, and his palm seemed to have transformed into a cattail leaf fan as it started fanning. For a moment, the clouds and mist above him gradually dispersed. Ker and Li Fei's beautiful eyes lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian standing on the crooked tree, as they never imagined that there was actually such a crooked tree growing at the side of the peak of Migres Peak. "Come." Under Duan Lingtian's call, Ker and Li Fei jumped down successively and landed on the crooked tree. At this moment the clouds and mist converged together once more and blocked the crooked tree. Now, even if someone stuck their head out from the peak of Migres Peak, they wouldn't be able to discover the crooked tree. "Scoundrel, where is this place?" Li Fei asked curiously as they walked in the cave passageway. "You'll know in a moment." Duan Lingtian kept them in suspense, and then brought the two girls into the stalactite cave. Looking at the stalactite above the cave, the two girls were shocked. "Young master, this wouldn't be the 10,000-year stalactite milk, right?" Ker took a deep breath and asked with slight disbelief. "That's right, this is the 10,000-year stalactite milk. The 10,000-year stalactite milk you drank before was found by me here." Duan Lingtian nodded, and he couldn't help but sigh when he recalled the scene when he discovered this place. This could also be considered his fortuitous encounter. Ker and Li Fei came to a sudden realization. Squeak squeak, right at this moment a clear cry sounded out, and a golden furry little head poked out from under Ker's sleeve. Little Gold. When Duan Lingtian saw the baby jadeite heavenly mouse, he couldn't help but think of the two mutated little pythons. He sighed in his heart. "I wonder how Little Black and Little White are doing after leaving with Xuanai. Xuanai dotes on them so much, they'll definitely be doing very well." Now Duan Lingtian had also gotten over it. In his opinion, as long as the two little pythons were doing well and could have a better future, even if he couldn't see them again in the future, he would still feel happy for them. Squeak! Suddenly, the little gold mouse flashed out from under Ker's sleeve and directly pounced towards the cave wall at the side of the stalactite cave. Then it borrowed the strength of the cave wall and jumped onto the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Next, a scene that caused Duan Lingtian's group of three to be astounded appeared. The little gold mouse lay on the 10,000-year stalactite milk and actually started to gnaw on the 10,000-year stalactite milk. It didn't leave the 10,000-year stalactite until its belly was bloated. It lay on the side of the stalactite cave motionless. Its furry body now propped up its belly, making it look chubby and cute. Another foodie. Duan Lingtian was speechless. and he felt his heart ache as he glanced at the hole that was gnawed out of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. This little gold is really wasting natural resources recklessly. Young master, where's little black and little white? Suddenly, Kerr seemed to have thought of something, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression full of anticipation. Yes, scoundrel, we haven't seen little black and little white for a long time. Li Fei also looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian sighed. Although he knew that he would have to face this moment sooner or later, he didn't expect that it would be so soon. He didn't conceal anything when facing the two girls, and he spoke of the sequence of events. Little black and little white have left? After Kerr knew everything, a wisp of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes, and her beautiful face was filled with reluctance. She'd watched those two variant little pythons grow up with her own two eyes, and her feelings for them were extremely deep. Now that she knew they'd left, she felt a wave of sadness in her heart. Little sister Kerr will still have the chance to see little black and little white in the future. Didn't you hear what scoundrel said? Little black and little white are only cultivating with the demon beasts by the side of that mysterious young girl, and it's not like they're never coming back. Li Fei gently consoled Kerr. Although she was slightly sad as well, she couldn't compare to Kerr. Besides Duan Lingtian, the two little pythons had always been closest to Kerr. Perhaps it was because when they were just born and broke out of their shells, the first people they saw were Duan Lingtian and Kerr. They took Duan Lingtian and Kerr as their parents. Their feelings were extraordinary. That's right, Kerr. Little Fei is right, little black and little white will definitely come back. Our place is their home. Although Duan Lingtian wasn't confident in his heart, he still advised. He could understand Kerr's current feelings. Back then, when little black and little white had just left, he had the same feeling. It was as if a piece of his heart had been cut off. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Squeak squeak, seeming to have realized Kerr's disappointment, the little gold mouse that was originally lying lazily on the ground cried out twice, then leaped up once again and landed on Kerr's shoulder. Its little head rubbed against Kerr's face, and it comforted Kerr humanly. Little gold, I'm fine. Kerr held the little gold mouse in her hand and lightly smiled. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse nodded, and its jade-green eyes flickered with a sheen of joy. Little gold's cultivation. Earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't intentionally use his spiritual force to detect the little gold mouse's cultivation, but now that he'd slightly probed, he'd instead clearly witnessed the little gold mouse's current strength. The little gold mouse had actually broken through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. He still remembered that the little gold mouse from over a year ago seemed to only be at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Looks like the 10,000-year stalactite milk has caused the little gold mouse to be reborn. The little gold mouse now possessed the natural talent of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, and its potential ought to have been developed to the limit. Even if little gold didn't consume the 10,000-year stalactite milk, with the bloodline in its body, it would still be able to become a demon emperor sooner or later. Now, after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, I wonder what kind of changes will occur. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and was filled with anticipation. Little gold's current strength is obviously only a step away from the half-step void stage. It wouldn't be long before it would be able to break through once more. What would happen to a jade-eyed heavenly mouse after consuming a large amount of 10,000-year stalactite milk? Even in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there was no record of it. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian left the stalactite cave in Migra's Peak according to the voice transmission of the 7-star sword sex leader, Linghu Jinhong, and headed to Dubhe Peak's Dubhe Hall. Dubhe Hall was precisely the cultivation place of the 7-star sword sex leader. I wonder why the sect leader asked me to come look for him today. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and was filled with bewilderment. Chapter 375. As the cultivation place of the 7-star sword sex leader, Dubhe Hall was slightly larger than Migra's Hall and Mizar Hall. Duan Lingtian had only just arrived outside Dubhe Hall when he saw a gray-clothed young man walking towards him. The young man was around 25 or 26 years old, had an ordinary appearance and an expressionless face, and he held a sheathed sword in his hand as he slowly walked over. Looking at the symbol on the young man's clothes, he was obviously an inner court disciple. You're Duan Lingtian? The young man stood before Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted a bright light as he asked with a calm tone. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and was secretly shocked in his heart. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern that although this young man's age was inferior to the son of the Mizar Peak's master, Zhang Song, his cultivation was even more profound than Zhang Song. He didn't misjudge. This person's cultivation had already stepped into the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. His age feels to be even younger than Zither young master. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Master has been waiting for you for a long time. The young man called out to Duan Lingtian, then turned around and brought Duan Lingtian into Dubhe Hall. Master. After the young man brought Duan Lingtian into the hall, he respectfully and reverently bowed to the middle-aged man in the hall, then turned around and left the hall to guard outside the hall. It was as if he'd transformed into a door god. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and lightly smiled, and it could be considered that he'd bowed. The middle-aged man was precisely the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jin Hong. That person from before is actually the sect leader's disciple. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Linghu Jin Hong stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and besides shock, there was only shock in his heart towards this 7-star sword sect disciple that rose swiftly. The rise of this Duan Lingtian was simply a legend of the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Jin Hong's stiff face revealed a slight smile. I heard that Zither young master had descended to our 7-star sword sect 3 days ago. You made an agreement of 2 years with him? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and he wasn't surprised that Linghu Jin Hong knew about this. What a joke. Linghu Jin Hong was the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, and he had eyes and ears everywhere in the entire 7-star sword sect. As expected of the number 1 genius since the founding of our 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian, I really look forward to the scene of you fighting Zither young master in 2 years. Linghu Jin Hong glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, then changed the topic. Do you know why I asked you to come here this time? Duan Lingtian shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Then do you know that besides our 7-star sword sect, there are another 4 top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Linghu Jin Hong asked again. I've heard of them. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he'd heard Xiong Quan mention this. Sect leader, could it be that you asked me to come because of those 4 great sects? Linghu Jin Hong was slightly surprised that Duan Lingtian hit the nail on the head, and he nodded. 1 year from now is the day of the martial competition of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great sects. I asked you to come here today mainly because I wanted to tell you about this. Martial competition. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he was slightly curious. The martial competition is a tradition passed down from our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great sects since many years ago. It's held once every 3 years. On the day of the martial competition, the younger generation disciples of the 5 great sects below the age of 30 will participate in a martial competition. As Linghu Jin Hong spoke up to hear, he sighed. Our 7-star sword sect's younger generation hasn't produced any outstanding disciples in the recent years. During the martial competition 2 years ago and the one 5 years ago, not a single disciple of our 7-star sword sect that participated in the martial competition entered the top 3. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone. Martial competition? Seems to be slightly interesting. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to feel Linghu Jin Hong's helplessness. The 7-star sword sect was the publicly acknowledged number 1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom at any rate, but in 2 martial competitions in succession, not a single 7-star sword sect disciple entered the top 3, and this undoubtedly showed that the 7-star sword sect's younger generation disciples were inferior. Presently, the 7-star sword sect's strength relied on the experts of the older generation. It could be imagined that when the experts of the older generation gradually retired, the 7-star sword sect would surely head towards decline if there were no outstanding juniors. The young disciples of the other sects are very strong? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Linghu Jin Hong nodded. I presume you've heard of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. 2 of them are from the other 2 great sections. Besides that, there are a few figures in the 4 great sects whose natural talent is only inferior to the 5 great young masters. Sect leader's meaning is to let me participate in the martial competition of the younger generation of the 5 great sects 1 year from now, Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Ling Hu Jinhong nodded, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Presently, besides my disciple Huang Ji, the disciple of the Fecta Peaks master Meng Qiu, and the son of the Mizar Peaks master Zheng Song, amongst the young disciples of our 7-star sword sect below the age of 30, there's only you. Although their strengths are stronger than you, their ages are far older than you. You're different from them. You have boundless potential. I don't have extravagant hopes that you'll be able to be ranked in the top 3 of the 5 great sects martial competition 1 year from now, and I mainly want you to go experience it. After another 4 years, I believe that it would undoubtedly be an extremely simple matter for you to obtain the glory of being the first in the martial competition. Ling Hu Jinhong spoke of his plans in one go. Experience it. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Looks like this 7-star sword sect's leader really didn't have confidence in him. With a quick thought, Chen Shi came to an understanding. Although he'd revealed formidable natural talent, he was only a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist after all. Not to mention comparing with the outstanding disciples of the 4 great sects, he was even far inferior to the 3 comparatively outstanding people in the 7-star sword sect's inner court. The sect leader's plan was extremely obvious. 1 year from now, he'd bring him to experience the martial competition of the 5 great sections. Only on the day of the martial competition 4 years from now, would the sect leader hope that Chen Shi would be able to bring honor to the 7-star sword sect and obtain the glory of being the first in the martial competition in one go. Duan Lingtian, in the following 4 years, the sect will spare no effort to foster you. From today onwards, you can stay in my Heavenly Pivot Hall to cultivate. My Heavenly Pivot Hall is the main spirit point of the 7-star sword sect's 9 great spirit points, and the cultivation environment here is the best in the 7-star sword sect. Ling Hu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke slowly. Obviously, he'd completely placed the hopes of the 7-star sword sect onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by Ling Hu Jinhong's words. After all, the current Ling Hu Jinhong was determined to allow him to obtain the glory of being the first in the martial competition 4 years from now. This glory had an extraordinary meaning to the 7-star sword sect, and it represented the rise of the 7-star sword sect's younger generation once again. The best cultivation environment? Although Duan Lingtian had noticed that the cultivation environment here surpassed the Migres Hall and Mizar Hall when he just arrived at Heavenly Pivot Hall, but compared to his stalactite cave there was still a huge gap. Sect leader, I've already gotten used to my current place of cultivation. Duan Lingtian tactfully refused Ling Hu Jinhong's good intentions. In his eyes, the stalactite cave he'd noticed was truly worthy of being the best place of cultivation in the 7-star sword sect. Of course, he didn't speak of it. The stalactite cave was his secret. At least, it was his secret before he left the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian, Ling Hu Jinhong never imagined that Duan Lingtian would refuse his good intentions, and was stunned for a moment before continuing to persuade. Duan Lingtian, a good place of cultivation is able to increase your cultivation speed. The Heavenly Pivot Hall is your best choice. You can be at ease. I'm only asking you to cultivate in the Heavenly Pivot Hall, and I don't have the intention of taking you as a disciple. With your natural talent, I feel that I don't have the qualifications to be your master. As he finished speaking, Ling Hu Jinhong laughed in self-ridicule. Sect leader, you've misunderstood. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm a person that's used to a place, and I need at least 1 or 2 years to get used to it. Truthfully speaking, I've only barely gotten used to the place of cultivation on Migres Peak. You suddenly asked me to cultivate in the Heavenly Pivot Hall. I'm worried that the advancement of my cultivation would be even slower. Ling Hu Jinhong's magnanimity caused Duan Lingtian to feel reverence from the bottom of his heart. He was able to discern that this was a true gentleman. He was absolutely not someone that the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, could compare to. So that's how it is. Ling Hu Jinhong came to a sudden understanding, and he didn't doubt the truth of what Duan Lingtian said. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for this, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to be unwilling to cultivate in the Heavenly Pivot Hall. After all, The cultivation environment of the Heavenly Pivot Hall far surpassed the other places in the 7-star sword sect. Of course, the reason Ling Hu Jinhong would think like this was because he utterly didn't know of the existence of the stalactite cave. Otherwise, he wouldn't think like this. Since it's like this, then I won't force you. Within these 4 years, if you have any cultivation needs like medicinal pills, you can come look for me, and I'll do my best to help you. Ling Hu Jinhong promised Duan Lingtian. For the sake of allowing Duan Lingtian to be able to bring honor to the 7-star sword sect in the martial competition of the 5 great sects 4 years from now, he decided to spare no expense to foster Duan Lingtian. Only for the sake of allowing Duan Lingtian to obtain the honor of first place in the martial competition. Then I won't be courteous. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile and didn't refuse, and his eyes emitted a strand of bright light. Looks like I'll be able to save a great deal of money for my future cultivation. When he bid farewell to Ling Hu Jinhong and left, Duan Lingtian once again saw the young man that stood guard outside the audience hall. This young man ought to be the personal disciple that the sect leader Ling Hu Jinhong mentioned earlier, Huang Ji. This Huang Ji was younger than Zheng Song, yet was far stronger than Zheng Song. Presumably, the sect leader Ling Hu Jinhong had placed most of his hopes on Huang Ji during the martial competition of the 5 great sects 1 year from now. This Huang Ji is at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. If nothing unexpected happens, he ought to be able to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage 1 year from now. Chapter 376. After obtaining Ling Hu Jinhong's promise, Duan Lingtian wasn't courteous in the slightest. So long as he needed any materials, he would directly go ask for them from Ling Hu Jinhong, and every time Ling Hu Jinhong would be able to prepare all the materials for him within a day. The sect leader is really efficient. Duan Lingtian walked out of Dubhe Hall once more with a brilliant smile on his face. But when he arrived at Migres Peak, the smile on his face froze. With a glance, he saw the middle-aged man that was walking towards him from afar, and his face sank. It was precisely the Migres Peak outer court elder Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin noticed Duan Lingtian as well, and cold lights flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtian indifferently swept Zhao Lin with his gaze, then went around Zhao Lin and directly walked towards Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian, as long as you don't hand over the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, I won't let you off. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled. It was Zhao Lin's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's body slightly paused. Then he turned around and coldly looked Zhao Lin in the eye as he replied via voice transmission. Then please feel free to come at me, Elder Zhao Lin. I only hope that when the time comes you won't regret it. Regret? Zhao Lin started laughing, then looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Duan Lingtian, I know your natural talent in the martial Dao is strong, but if you want to surpass me, Zhao Lin, without 10 years of bitter cultivation, it's simply a fool's dream. I don't believe that I, Zhao Lin, won't be able to find a chance to kill you within these 10 years. Zhao Lin's voice transmission was filled with icy cold killing intent. Then I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian calmly swept Zhao Lin with his gaze, then entered Migres Peak. After confirming that Zhao Lin didn't follow him, Duan Lingtian directly returned to the stalactite cave, then withdrew a pile of materials and started refining a spirit weapon. What he wanted to refine now were 2 grade 7 spirit swords. These 2 grade 7 spirit swords were refined for Ke and Li Fei. For the sake of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Duan Lingtian held back when he refined the spirit weapon. But even then, the 2 grade 7 spirit swords were still bestowed the characteristic of amplifying strength by 30%. Grade 7 spirit swords that amplified strength. In the entire 7-star sword sect, besides the sword in Hu Shuifeng's possession, there was probably only these 2 swords. After he finished refining the spirit swords, Duan Lingtian started refining medicinal pills once more. The medicinal pill he wanted to refine was a grade 7 medicinal pill that reigned above the origin strengthening pill. This grade 7 spirit S to Lingtian's S Tians. A medicinal S T Lingtian was 2 to Duan to Lingtian to Lingtian's. A satisfied smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he looked at the 3 medicinal pills in his hand. 3 nascent break pills with a purity of 90% and above. Once it was taken out, it was sufficient to cause people to fight to the death for it. After sending the 2 grade 7 spirit swords to the hands of Ke and Li Fei, Duan Lingtian returned to the stalactite cave and sat on the stone platform as he pondered slightly. Although the sect leader has placed all his hopes on the martial competition 4 years from now, I might not still be in the 7-star sword sect 4 years from now. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He believed that with his natural talent and the resources he was able to utilize at the moment, he would surely be able to go even further 4 years from now. His goal: step into the void stage 4 years from now. Once he stepped into the void stage, it would be completely useless for him to continue staying in the 7-star sword sect. The martial competition 1 year from now. I must give the sect leader an explanation. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually became firm. Extremely strong confidence was emitted from his body. This confidence seemed to have transformed into a shapeless force that seemed to even dare pierce through the heavens. Cultivate. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and his mind was completely immersed. 9 dragons war sovereign technique. Wind WRM form. Within Duan Lingtian's body, the origin energy ceaselessly roiled as if it would never know exhaustion. The vast origin energy ceaselessly roiled before finally converging within Duan Lingtian's Dantian. The origin core within his Dantian had already condensed and strengthened to the limit. The nascent soul stage, as its name suggests. When the nascent soul is born from the origin core, that is the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian, who possessed the lifetime worth of memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, wasn't unfamiliar with the nascent soul stage. He knew, presently, if he wanted to break through to the nascent soul stage, he must make his origin energy burst open the origin core within his Dantian and give birth to a nascent soul. Only in that way would he be able to truly step into the nascent soul stage. Swish within Duan Lingtian's body. The origin energy ceaselessly roiled and flowed, as if transforming into a surging river that flowed without end. His origin energy was ceaselessly strengthening and transforming, all for the sake of that moment when the origin core breaks open and the nascent soul is born. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's entire body and mind were immersed in cultivation, and he had no distractions in his heart. He tried his best to dissolve the medicinal strength of the origin strengthening pill. After the medicinal strength of one origin strengthening pill was dissolved, he didn't even open his eyes as he directly swallowed another origin strengthening pill and continued cultivating. Cycle after cycle. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack in the sky. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long had passed. He only knew that he ceaselessly consumed origin strengthening pills and ceaselessly condensed the origin energy within his body, all for the sake of charging into the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul stage was his goal. When hungry, he would open his eyes and roast meat to eat. Precisely speaking, he would eat. The words wolfing down food perfectly describe the scenes of Duan Lingtian eating and drinking without restraint during this period of time. During this period of time, Ke and Li Fei had come over a few times, but every time they came, what they saw was Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in cultivation. They didn't disturb him and silently watched Duan Lingtian for a while before leaving. No matter what their man did, they would unconditionally support him, only because he was their life, their everything. On this day, I've arrived at the limit bottleneck. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. With a raise of his hand, 3 medicinal pills appeared in his hand. It was precisely the nascent break pill. After swallowing the 3 nascent break pills, Duan Lingtian continued cultivating, and the origin energy within his body became even more overbearing as it ceaselessly charged into the final bottleneck. The origin core within Duan Lingtian's Dantian was ceaselessly expanding as well. It might burst open at any moment. One day, bang! Within the stalactite cave, a shapeless wave of air stretched out from the young man that sat cross-legged on the stone platform and spread out, causing the air to shake and transform into circle after circle of ripples. In the next moment, the young man opened his eyes, and his eyes were dazzling like an array of stars as they flickered with a bright light. After a short moment, the bright light gradually dispersed and transformed into tranquility. Finally, nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile, and he was indescribably excited. The nascent soul stage he'd finally successfully broken through. Whoosh! Under Duan Lingtian's excitement, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. Instantly, numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, and their imposing auras shot into the sky like rainbows. A total of 211 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Just like when I was at the origin core stage, the current me still possesses the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than martial artists with the same cultivation. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. The strength of 11 ancient mammoths is the strength of my fleshly body that was bestowed upon me by the spirit serpent form and raging python form. At that time, Duan Lingtian cultivated the first form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the spirit serpent form. When he was at the body tempering stage, his strength far surpassed martial artists with the same cultivation. When he was at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, his strength was even 2 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary 9th level body tempering stage martial artist. After breaking through to the core formation stage, the second form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the raging python form, bestowed upon Duan Lingtian the method of tempering his fleshly body with origin energy, and it even caused Duan Lingtian's fleshly body to be formidable to an abnormal extent. An ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist's strength was only comparable to the strength of 12 ancient mammoths. But when Duan Lingtian was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, his strength was comparable to the strength of 23 ancient mammoths. It was practically twice the strength of an ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist. This extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths had always followed Duan Lingtian until now. Coupled with the quake energy bestowed upon me by the third form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wyrm Python form. Relying on the grade 6 spirit sword that the withered old man left behind, so long as it isn't a second-level nascent soul stage martial artist that possesses a grade 6 spirit weapon or above, I'll be able to kill them all. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he had a preliminary judgment of his current strength. Of course, if it was a second-level nascent soul stage martial artist that possessed a grade 6 spirit weapon, then if Duan Lingtian were to go against Duan Lingtian would surely be surrounded by dangers. As time goes on, the extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths and quake energy will become less and less helpful to me. Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of this. In the future, relying on the extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths and quake energy, he might be able to dominate amongst martial artists of the same cultivation level. But once he encountered a martial artist with a higher cultivation than him, it would become more and more strenuous for him. Just like now, so long as that second-level nascent soul stage martial artist also possessed a grade 6 spirit weapon, unless Duan Lingtian was able to gain the initiative by striking first. Otherwise, if he were to meet force with force, then Duan Lingtian would lose for sure. Core breaks and nascent soul is born. Unconsciously, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and he started to look within himself. Presently, the origin core within his dantian had already completely vanished. At the location where the origin core was, a ball of completely milky white infant-shaped gas sat there lifelike. This ball of infant-shaped gas is completely formed from origin energy. Duan Lingtian knew this like the back of his hand through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. The pressing matter at hand is to increase my cultivation as soon as possible. Once my cultivation encounters a bottleneck, I'll immediately stop cultivating and rely on the high-grade earth rank movement technique, Whirlwind, to comprehend wind force. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian withdrew a medicinal pill and swallowed it. This medicinal pill was a medicinal pill that Duan Lingtian had refined before he started cultivating, and it was called the Nascent Nurturing Pill. It was a medicinal pill used by nascent soul stage martial artists to cultivate. It was similar to the Origin Increasing Pill consumed by core formation stage martial artists, and the Origin Strengthening Pill consumed by Origin core stage martial artists. Continue cultivating. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the nascent soul stage, Duan Lingtian was able to feel that circulating the mental cultivation method of the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind Wyrm form, was even more smooth and easy. The origin energy within his body ceaselessly flowed as it charged towards the next stage. Chapter 377. As he cultivated, Duan Lingtian forgot the time. Spring left and winter came. In the blink of an eye, 11 months had passed just like that stalactite cave on the stone platform. Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he let out a long sigh. This bottleneck is truly a headache. I wonder how much time has passed. I'll go out and have a look. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to leave the stalactite cave and stand on the tilted tree. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was situated at the south of Cloud Continent, and it was extremely difficult to see snow during the winter here. But even then, Duan Lingtian was still able to feel traces of coldness. Of course, this bit of coldness was nothing to the current him. With his current cultivation, so long as his origin energy coiled around his body, he would be able to easily resist the cold. Unfortunately, even though my cultivation has broken through to the nascent soul stage, my spiritual force doesn't have the slightest sign of breaking through. Duan Lingtian heaved a long sigh of relief and was slightly disappointed. Whoosh! After his spiritual force probed the peak of Migres Peak for a while, and after confirming that there was no one, Duan Lingtian ascended the peak and headed down the mountain. When he arrived nearby the trade hall, Duan Lingtian slightly inquired about it, and only then did he find out that an entire 11 months had already passed since he entered into closed-door cultivation that day. 11 months. The sect leader said that the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time will depart half a month earlier. At the same time that Duan Lingtian stepped onto the chain bridge, he thought in his heart. In other words, there's still half a month before I have to leave. After leaving Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian first went to Alcade Peak to look for Li Fei, then went to Dubhe Peak's Alcade Hall to look for Kerr. After not seeing them for almost a year, his heart was filled with concern for the 2 little girls. Only when he saw the 2 little girls did he know that it turned out that during this period of time that he was in closed-door cultivation, they had come to look for him more than once. This caused his heart to feel warm. He had to admit that it felt good to have someone care about him. After spending some time with the 2 girls, Duan Lingtian returned to the peak of Migres Peak. He stood on the crooked tree and felt the biting cold wind of winter. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's 7-star sword sect inner court disciple attire fluttered, and the origin energy that appeared on its own to resist the bitter cold was withdrawn by him. In an instant, a cold wind blew, enveloping Duan Lingtian's entire body. The heart-wrenching cold spread throughout Duan Lingtian's body, causing Duan Lingtian to shiver involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian gritted his teeth and endured. To comprehend the characteristics of the wind in such a vile environment, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, in order to comprehend wind force, one must have a certain understanding of wind before practicing the whirlwind. Wind was a combination of gentleness, brutality, coldness, and sharpness. It was boundlessly profound. Presently, the cold wind of winter that Duan Lingtian faced contained the 3 great characteristics of wind: brutality, coldness, and sharpness. As for gentleness, that was all the characteristics of the breeze. Duan Lingtian stood on the crooked tree for an entire day, and only when his face was cold to the point of going pale, and he clenched his teeth tightly, did he circulate his origin energy to completely disperse the coldness that invaded his body. His entire body recovered its warmth. Wind. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and silently recalled the cold wind that assaulted him for an entire day. The cold wind was brutal and merciless, cold and piercing to the bone, fierce and fierce. Duan Lingtian stood on the crooked tree just like that, and gradually entered a miraculous state, as if he'd transformed into a statue that didn't move in the slightest. The cold wind was still piercingly cold, but it was unable to penetrate through the origin energy that suffused the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. A day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. Until the 10th day, Duan Lingtian finally moved. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body slightly moved, and a strange aura accompanied his origin energy as it suffused out. Win! So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, and the corners of his mouth bloomed into a brilliant smile. With a raise of his hand, a strand of an extremely fierce aura suffused out. This is wind force? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. At practically the exact same moment, over 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above Duan Lingtian. Presently, Duanling Tian didn't utilize the slightest bit of origin energy or the strength of his fleshly body. The strength of over 100 ancient mammoths? What's going on? Duanling Tian was curious in his heart. According to his knowledge, even if it was the lowest level of wind force, elementary wind force, once executed, it was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Just when Duanling Tian was puzzled, a voice suddenly rang out. The over 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him abruptly reduced to over 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Then it soared to over 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes. What's going on? The scene before him caused Duanling Tian to be slightly dumbstruck, and he completely didn't know what had happened. I seem to have not comprehended wind force, but wind force seems to have already shown signs of being nurtured. Duanling Tian's thoughts abruptly spun. Ordinarily speaking, it's impossible for nascent soul stage martial artists to comprehend force. Could it be that I'm suffering from this restriction now? In next to no time, Duanling Tian came to a sudden understanding. However, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the high-grade earth rank movement technique, Whirlwind, that's attached to the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind WRM form, is sufficient to assist me in comprehending wind force. Perhaps, when he thought up to here, Duanling Tian borrowed strength from the tilted tree to leap up and descend on the peak of Migres Peak. Presently, the peak of Migres Peak was completely empty. Whirlwind. Duanling Tian's figure shook, as if he'd transformed into the wind, and he started to cultivate the new movement technique. Although it was said to be a new movement technique, it actually had a slight shadow of the Spirit Serpent movement technique. Whirlwind. Upon stepping into the initial stage, one can comprehend elementary wind force. Upon stepping into the mastery stage, one can comprehend half-step advanced wind force. Upon stepping into the perfection stage, one can comprehend advanced wind force. In next to no time, Duanling Tian had a certain level of understanding towards this high-grade earth rank movement technique. Whoosh! Duanling Tian's figure shook, as if transforming into a gale that swept through the clouds and mist that coiled around the peak of Migres Peak. His speed became faster and faster. Let's see if I'm able to fuse the incomplete wind force that I've comprehended into whirlwind. Duanling Tian thought in his heart, and as the origin energy on his body roiled, traces of a strange aura appeared. This aura was precisely the incomplete wind force that Duanling Tian exchanged for 10 days of sudden enlightenment. In an instant. Whoosh! 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 Duanling Tian's speed was almost twice as fast as before. Not only that, along with Duanling Tian's proficiency towards the incomplete wind force, he even gradually fused it with the high-grade earth rank movement technique, Whirlwind. For an entire day and night, Duanling Tian didn't rest in the slightest. If a void-prying stage martial artist was here, the martial artist would surely be able to notice that along with the execution of Whirlwind, the incomplete wind force on Duanling Tian's body gradually completely fused with Whirlwind. Whoosh! Until the next day, when dawn appeared in the horizon and Duanling Tian's figure flashed, that unstable strange aura finally stabilized. Whoosh! At the same time, 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above Duanling Tian, who didn't use any origin energy to move his body. This was precisely the strength of elementary force. Elementary wind force. I've succeeded. After he noticed this, Duanling Tian stopped moving, and he had an expression of wild joy. Right at this moment. Gurgle. Gurgle. Duanling Tian heard a wave of light noises, yet he noticed that his stomach was rebelling. Only now did he realize that he seemed to have not eaten for a long time. How many days has it been? Duanling Tian, who had a bewildered expression, started a fire at the peak of Migres Peak and started roasting meat, wolfing it down at the same time that he gnawed on the roasted meat. Duanling Tian didn't forget to recall his gains. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, in Cloud Continent, there are some people with extraordinary comprehension ability that are able to comprehend incomplete force at the nascent soul stage. Once people like that step into the void-prying stage, they're practically able to instantly comprehend elementary force. Duanling Tian thought in his heart. As for my situation, according to the knowledge of Samsara Emperor Wu, it ought to be a type of sudden comprehension. Sudden comprehension was something that could be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. Countless martial artists might not have even encountered a single moment of sudden comprehension in their entire lifetimes. Some people were able to ascend to the heavens with a single moment of sudden comprehension. Although people like Duanling Tian that directly comprehended force through sudden comprehension were few in Cloud Continent, it wasn't like they didn't exist. It was even to the extent that some people that had just comprehended half-step advanced force directly comprehended advanced force because of a moment of sudden comprehension. Compared to the latter, Duanling Tian could be considered to be inferior. Sudden comprehension? I truly never imagined that I would have such luck. Duanling Tian shook his head and sighed. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he could realize how difficult it was to obtain sudden comprehension. Even if it was Samsara Emperor Wu that had experienced 2 lifetimes, the number of people that had obtained sudden comprehension didn't exceed 10. As for people that had experienced 2 instances of sudden comprehension, there was practically no one. Sudden comprehension is an extremely great fortuitous encounter that belongs to a person. Presently, I've comprehended elementary wind force through sudden comprehension. In the future, if I want to sink into that state of sudden comprehension once more, it's practically impossible. Flowing lights flashed within Duanling Tian's eyes as he thought in his heart. Elementary wind force. In next to no time, Duanling Tian returned to his senses. Whoosh! Origin energy skyrocketed above his legs, and he didn't hold back in the slightest. Elementary wind force fused into his origin energy. Bang! Above Duanling Tian, a few hundred ancient mammoth silhouettes with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows accompanied Duanling Tian as he flashed out. Whirlwind. Instantly, Duanling Tian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale that completely swept away the clouds and mist in the surroundings of the peak of Migres Peak. For a time, the clouds and mist on the peak of Migres Peak dispersed and vanished without a trace. Satisfying. At the same time that he dashed out, Duanling Tian had a feeling as if he was racing with the wind, and it caused his mood to feel a wave of comfort. Presently, this high-grade earth rank movement technique, Whirlwind, can be considered to have officially stepped into the initial stage. As expected of a high-grade earth rank movement technique, it's far from something that high-grade profound rank movement technique can compare to. Chapter 378. Even Duanling Tian himself never imagined that when he stood on the crooked tree that day and felt the piercingly cold winter wind, it would cause him to inexplicably enter that state of sudden enlightenment. He comprehended elementary wind force in a single moment of enlightenment. Shit! Suddenly, Duanling Tian seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils constricted as his face went ghastly pale. Whirlwind. Duanling Tian's figure shook, as if transforming into a gale that flashed straight down Migres Peak, and his heart burned with anxiety. I wonder how long this sudden enlightenment took. If I missed the day of the martial competition of the 5 great sects, then I would truly be letting down the care the sect leader gave me. After Duanling Tian left Migres Peak, he directly stepped onto the chain bridge and headed towards Dubhe Peak. He didn't dare stay for even a moment. Before he entered into closed-door cultivation that day, the materials Duanling Tian asked the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, to help him find were practically all materials that he didn't have in his possession. Those materials were all materials that were extremely difficult to come by and were priceless. Duanling Tian remembered this favor in his heart. If he was unable to make it in time for the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time, then he would undoubtedly lose a chance to repay this favor. He didn't wish to lose this chance. Duanling Tian's figure shook, giving rise to the wind and clouds along the way, and he directly headed to Dubhe Peak's Dubhe Hall. After arriving at Dubhe Hall and seeing the sect leader's personal disciple, Huangji, Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like I didn't miss it. Duanling Tian, Master has been looking for you for a few days, yet no one in Migres Peak knows the location of your cultivation area. You're really cultivating on Migres Peak? Huangji's expression was still calm when he saw Duanling Tian, but his brows slightly frowned. The sect leader is looking for me? Duanling Tian was stunned. Then under Huangji's lead, he walked into Dubhe Hall. Before long, the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, appeared. Duanling Tian. Linghu Jinhong's calm face revealed a wisp of a smile when he saw Duanling Tian. This scene made Huangji, who was standing at the side, look a little unnatural. He was Linghu Jinhong's personal disciple, But normally, in front of this master, he had never seen his master have such a smile towards him. Jealousy rose in his heart. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian nodded towards Linghu Jinhong with a slight smile. I've been cultivating all this time, but I didn't pay attention to the time. When are we leaving? We'll leave in 3 days. Linghu Jinhong raised his hand as he spoke. Whoosh! In his hand, a spirit fruit that shone with a dark green luster appeared out of thin air. The spirit fruit was crimson in color, but it shone with a dark green luster. With just a glance, one could tell that this spirit fruit was no ordinary item. Huang Ji's eyes suddenly brightened. Spirit fruits were treasures that could only be found by chance. Jade Yuan fruit. When Duan Lingtian saw the spirit fruit in Linghu Jinhong's hand, he immediately recognized it and couldn't help crying out in surprise. According to the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, the Jade Yuan fruit was a spirit fruit that was of an even higher grade than the profound origin fruit he consumed that day. When a martial artist below the 4th level of the nascent soul stage consumed it, it was sufficient to directly break through to the next level. When a martial artist at the 4th level, 5th level, and 6th level of the nascent soul stage consumed it, it would allow their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. If a martial artist fell into a bottleneck, it was even sufficient to directly break through the bottleneck and break through to the next level. If a martial artist at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above consumed it, the effects would be greatly reduced. Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried. If he was able to obtain this Jade Yuan fruit, then once he consumed it, he was confident that he would directly break through to the next level of cultivation. Jade Yuan fruit? At the beginning, although Huang Ji realized that the spirit fruit in Linghu Jinhong's hand wasn't simple, he wasn't able to recognize it. Now, when he heard what Duan Lingtian said, his gaze burned. His cultivation had broken through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage 3 months ago. If he was able to obtain this Jade Yuan fruit, then even if he was unable to break through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, it would be sufficient to allow his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and it would be extremely helpful to his future cultivation. For a time, Huang Ji's gaze was filled with yearning as he looked at the Jade Yuan fruit. I never expected that you'd be able to recognize the Jade Yuan fruit. Linghu Jinhong glanced at Duan Lingtian in surprise. This young man was really becoming more and more mysterious. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, and his gaze never left the Jade Yuan fruit in Linghu Jinhong's hand. I've once seen it in an ancient book, and there's a special diagram explaining it in detail. Linghu Jinhong came to a sudden understanding. If it was like this, then it wasn't strange. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Jinhong glanced at Duan Lingtian. Then his gaze descended onto the Jade Yuan fruit in his hand. This scene caused Huang Ji's face to go pale. Could it be that Master wants to bestow this Jade Yuan fruit to Duan Lingtian? No, absolutely not. Huang Ji's heart burned with anxiety, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. However, before his master, Linghu Jinhong, he didn't dare be the slightest bit presumptuous. Have you broken through to the nascent soul stage now? Linghu Jinhong slowly asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Haha, good. Linghu Jinhong laughed heartily. You really didn't disappoint me. If I'm not wrong, you seem to be only 22 years old this year? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a carefree expression. He didn't think that this achievement was very high. The mysterious yellow-clothed young girl from that day, Han Shuanai, was around 15 or 16 years old, and her cultivation was already at the void-prying stage. Compared to Han Shuanai, he was nothing. However, a 22-year-old nascent soul stage martial artist appearing within the territory of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was sufficient to cause people to be extremely shocked. He broke through to the nascent soul stage? Huang Ji looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of disbelief, and his eyes had a slight trace of coldness. He knew clearly in his heart. Now that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the nascent soul stage at such an age, with the character of his master who'd always loved talents as if they were his life, he would surely gift the Jade Origin fruit to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, his eyes seemed to be enveloped in a layer of ice. Duan Lingtian. As expected, Linghu Jinhong passed the spirit fruit in his hand to Duan Lingtian. After consuming this Jade Origin fruit, Your cultivation ought to be sufficient to break through to the peak of the second level of the nascent soul stage. I believe that in another 3 years, you'll surely be able to win the greatest honor for our 7-star sword sect in the next martial competition of the 5 great sects. Sect leader. You want to gift this jade origin fruit to me? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Although he recognized that the spirit fruit in Linghu Jinhong's hand was a jade origin fruit, he'd never imagined that Linghu Jinhong would gift it to him. After all, Linghu Jinhong had a personal disciple at the nascent soul stage. For a moment he couldn't help but glance at Huang Ji. But he noticed that when Huang Ji, who'd always been incomparably cold and indifferent to him, looked at him with an additional sheen of jealousy, Duan Lingtian was able to guess the reason. Of course it's for you. Linghu Jinhong nodded with an expression as if it was a matter of course. This jade origin fruit was something I obtained by accident when I went deep into the primeval forest half a month ago. A few days ago, I intended to look for you and gift this jade origin fruit to you, but I wasn't able to find you. Huang Ji's face sank. He never imagined that the reason his master looked for Duan Lingtian anxiously these past few days was actually for the sake of gifting this jade origin fruit to Duan Lingtian. After all, before today, even he didn't know of the existence of the jade origin fruit. For a moment, flames of jealousy burned in Huang Ji's heart. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard what Linghu Jinhong said. Only he and the 2 little girls by his side knew of his place of cultivation, the stalactite cave. Without his permission, the 2 little girls would absolutely not reveal the secret of the stalactite cave to anyone else, including their master. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse and extended his hand to receive the jade origin fruit. To the current him, this jade origin fruit had an extraordinary meaning, and it was sufficient to allow his cultivation to directly break through to the next level. At the same time that he received the jade origin fruit, Duan Lingtian could feel traces of heaviness. He knew clearly in his heart that at the same time that he received this jade origin fruit, it also meant that he shouldered a responsibility. During the martial competition this time, I'll let the sect leader know that giving this jade origin fruit to me was absolutely not a wrong choice. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Go. After consuming this jade origin fruit and breaking through to the second level of the nascent soul stage, don't cultivate anymore, so as to avoid missing the opportunity to go participate in the martial competition this time. Linghu Jinhong swept his hand horizontally and his sleeve fluttered as he spoke slowly. Second level of the nascent soul stage? Duan Lingtian neither agreed nor disagreed when he heard what Linghu Jinhong said. Does this sect leader really think that I'm only at the first level of the nascent soul stage now? Yes. But Duan Lingtian didn't explain any further, and he replied before turning around and leaving. When he left, Duan Lingtian was able to feel a burning gaze of jealousy flashing towards him from behind. He didn't need to turn around to be able to guess who it was. The owner of that gaze was precisely Huang Ji. After leaving Dubhe Hall, Duan Lingtian left Dubhe Peak and returned to Migres Peak. Jade origin fruit. With this jade origin fruit, my cultivation will step into a new world. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile. Sect leader, it won't be long before I'll let you know how correct your decision to give the jade origin fruit to me today was. Duan Lingtian silently thought in his heart. The sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, gave this jade origin fruit to him and not to his personal disciple, Huang Ji. Obviously, he'd gone through a period of careful consideration. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that the reason Linghu Jinhong didn't give the jade origin fruit to Huang Ji didn't mean that he wasn't good to Huang Ji. Conversely, since Huang Ji was his personal disciple, in terms of feelings, no one was able to compare to Huang Ji's position in his heart. Today, Linghu Jinhong making such a decision was undoubtedly abandoning his personal feelings, and everything was for the sake of the 7-star sword sect. After all, besides being a master, he was also the sect leader. Every decision he made was likely to affect the entire sect. After returning to the stalactite cave and sitting on the stone platform, Duan Lingtian withdrew the jade origin fruit and swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. The juice of the jade origin fruit was icy cold when it entered his mouth, and it fused into Duan Lingtian's body before spreading out. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique. Win WIRM form. Chapter 379. Needless to say, the medicinal strength of the jade origin fruit was extremely overbearing. After only spending a day and night, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through. There were still 2 days before the day of departure. Duan Lingtian left the remaining time to the 2 little girls. Just like this, 2 days of time passed by in the blink of an eye. Dubhe Peak, Dubhe Hall. 7 figures were gathered together. 3 middle-aged men with extraordinary bearings and 4 7-star sword sect inner court disciples. You're Duan Lingtian? The middle-aged man that wore a sky-blue robe had a piercing gaze that descended onto Duan Lingtian, and at the same time, a terrifying imposing aura enveloped down onto Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved. He stood there without moving like a mountain, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. As expected of the #1 genius in the history of our 7-star sword sect, your reputation is well deserved. In next to no time, the blue-robed middle-aged man withdrew his imposing aura and praised. Duan Lingtian, this is the Peak Master of Fekta Peak, Kuzhen. The nearby Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, lightly smiled as he introduced to Duan Lingtian. Peak Master Kuzhen. Duan Lingtian greeted the blue-robed middle-aged man. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was vaguely able to discern that this Peak Master of Fekta Peak seemed to be an expert that had stepped into the second void stage, the void initiation stage. The void stage was divided into 4 great stages. The first void stage, the void prying stage. The second void stage, the void initiation stage. The third void stage, the void interpretation stage. The fourth void stage, the void transformation stage. Sect leader, you don't intend to take Duan Lingtian as your personal disciple? Kuzhen nodded and smiled to Duan Lingtian. Then he looked at the nearby 7-star sword sect leader, Linghu Jin Hong. If sect leader has no intention of taking Duan Lingtian as a personal disciple, then I won't be courteous. Kuzhen's words made it clear that he wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. When did he become so popular? Before Linghu Jinhong even opened his mouth, Zhang Fan was already laughing. Kuzhen, sect master, and I don't have the qualifications to become Duan Lingtian's master. Could it be that you think you have the qualifications? If Duan Lingtian takes you as his teacher, what can you teach him? Kuzhen's expression froze when he heard this. That's right, if Duan Lingtian became his disciple, what could he teach Duan Lingtian? Force and concept were more dependent on one's comprehension, and it was difficult for others to interfere. As for sword skills and all kinds of combat skills, as an existence that was able to kill a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Did he need to teach? When he thought up to here, Kuzhen shook his head and laughed in self-ridicule. I forgot about this. Indeed, not to mention our 7-star sword sect, even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Darkstone Empire and Dark Han Dynasty, there might not be anyone that has the qualifications to be Duan Lingtian's master. A teacher passed down Tao, taught and dispelled doubts. If one couldn't even do this, then how could one be a teacher? At this moment, Kuzhen was able to realize that the reason the sect leader didn't take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple wasn't unintentional, but because the sect leader felt that Kuzhen didn't have the qualifications. Huang Ji stood at the side and glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian as he grunted in his heart. Kuzhen saying this was undoubtedly indirectly explaining. He, the personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect's leader, was far inferior to Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was a person that even his master, the 7-star sword sect's leader, didn't have the qualifications to take as a disciple. Suddenly, prepared to depart, Linghu Jinhong spoke indifferently. Depart? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Right at this moment, the distant horizon was filled with the cries of the wind and cranes. Swish! An enormous black shadow descended from behind the clouds and mist in the distance, and it passed through the clouds and mist to appear before the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group. This is... Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as he looked at the enormous flying demon beast before him. This flying demon beast was a rock that was completely dark gray in color, and when its wings were spread out, they were like clouds that hung down from the sky. It didn't have the sharp wings of the demon beast, dark rock, that zither young master rode that day. Its wings were no different than ordinary flying demon beasts, and it looked to be extremely ordinary. However, its pair of sharp claws that flickered with cold lights was sufficient to cause one to feel terrified. It was like a sharp weapon that could destroy anything. Most importantly, as soon as this rock appeared, Duan Lingtian felt that its aura was extraordinary, and it was even to the extent that it wasn't inferior to Zhongfan and Kuzhan. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but stretch out his spiritual force with the intention of probing the depths of this rock. However, right at the instant Duan Lingtian's spiritual force came into contact with the rock, a strand of cold light suddenly flashed within the rock's originally simple and unadorned eyes. That icy cold sheen directly shook Duan Lingtian's eyes, causing Duan Lingtian to shudder and hurriedly withdraw his spiritual force. "Little fellow, you're really not bad. You're actually able to possess such formidable spiritual force at such an age." Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. "Who?" Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he was able to discern that this voice transmission wasn't transmitted into his ears by anyone present. Right when Duan Lingtian was looking left and right. Truly a naive little fellow. The voice transmission sounded out once more. This time Duan Lingtian reacted to it, and he was completely dumbstruck as he looked at the rock that flashed down towards him. It was this rock that was speaking to him? Demon Beast, voice transmission? According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew very well. Voice transmission was something a human martial artist at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage or above was able to execute. But if it was a demon beast, only a demon beast that had stepped into the Void Initiation stage or above was able to execute it. This is a Void Initiation stage demon beast? After he reacted to it, Duan Lingtian felt his back go cold. The intuition of demon beasts was innately sharper than humans. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was something even the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, was unable to notice. Yet this Void Initiation stage demon beast had instead noticed it at the first possible moment. Whoosh! The enormous body of the rock crashed down to descend outside Dubhe Hall, and it gave rise to dust that covered the sky. Right at this moment, Elder Peng, Duan Lingtian saw that including the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, the 2 outer peak masters, and Zhang Song's group of 3, they were all respectfully bowing to the rock. Whereas the rock nodded like a human, and its eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian, then it looked at Linghu Jinhong, seeming to be asking something. "Elder Peng, he's called Duan Lingtian, and he's the disciple with the strongest natural talent in the martial Dao in the history of our 7-star sword sect. He's only 22 now, and his cultivation has already stepped into the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage." Linghu Jinhong respectfully introduced Duan Lingtian to the rock. Hearing this, the great rock's sharp eyes were filled with surprise. Obviously, it was shocked by Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao. 2nd level of the nascent soul stage? Linghu Jinhong's words didn't only shock the rock. Even the Mizar Peaks Master, Zhang Fan, and Fekta Peaks Master, Kuzhan, couldn't help but be moved. Even though they knew that Duan Lingtian had already stepped into the 9th level of the Origin Core stage 1 year ago. But now, if Duan Lingtian was only at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, they wouldn't find it strange. After all, Duan Lingtian's natural talent was there for all to see. However, Duan Lingtian had actually broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. "Junior brother Duan Lingtian, you've broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage?" Zhang Song looked at Duan Lingtian with a surprised expression. Amongst the 7-star sword sect disciples present, only he was familiar with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, and didn't say yes or no. But Duan Lingtian's current attitude caused Zhang Song to firmly believe it without the slightest doubt. The other 2 people were respectively the personal disciple of the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, Huang Ji, and the personal disciple of the Fekta Peaks Master, Kuzhan Mengqiu. Mengqiu was a young man with an ordinary appearance, and his age was slightly younger than Zhang Song. Presently, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with shock. 2nd level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 22? Unbelievable. If it wasn't for Master giving him the Jade Origin fruit, Would he be able to break through to the second level of the nascent soul stage? Huang Ji's voice suddenly sounded out, and it contained traces of jealousy mixed within. For a time, the people present came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that Duan Lingtian had consumed the jade origin fruit. The sect leader is really generous. He actually gave a spirit fruit like the jade origin fruit to Duan Lingtian. Kuzhun couldn't help but sigh. Kuzhun couldn't help but sigh with emotion, as he could feel the high hopes that Linghu Jinhong placed on Duan Lingtian. Jade origin fruit. Zheng Fan and Zheng Song both had surprised expressions. Meng Qiu looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes contained traces of jealousy mixed within. If he was able to obtain the jade origin fruit, then once he consumed it, he had the confidence to directly step into the fifth level of the nascent soul stage. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, Meng Qiu's natural talent in the martial Dao could be ranked second amongst the 7-star sword sect's younger generation inner court disciples below the age of 30. He was only below Huang Ji and surpassed Zheng Song. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's appearance had completely thrown this ranking into disarray. The three of them were all crushed by Duan Lingtian's extraordinary natural talent, and could only be ranked behind Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was now the publicly acknowledged #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's younger generation. It was even to the extent that in the long history of the 7-star sword sect since it was established, a monster like Duan Lingtian had never appeared. Duan Lingtian's natural talent could be considered to be unprecedented. Huang Ji suddenly interrupted, causing Linghu Jinhong to be slightly displeased, and he snorted coldly. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't consume the jade origin fruit, even if Duan Lingtian is only at the first level of the nascent soul stage, do you think you can compare to him? What was your cultivation when you were at the same age as Duan Lingtian? His words contained a sense of exasperation that Huang Ji failed to meet his expectations. Huang Ji lowered his head after being lectured by Linghu Jinhong, and he had nothing to refute. Second level of the nascent soul stage? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. The sect leader and the others seemed to think that he'd barely broken through to the second level of the nascent soul stage, after consuming the jade origin fruit. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced the rock that stood there like a small mountain after putting away the wings that were like clouds that covered the sky. This is Elder Peng, the sect guarding revered elder of our 7-star sword sect. Elder Peng is the senior with the most seniority in our 7-star sword sect. The most seniority. Chapter 380. Sect guarding revered elder. Just these 4 words were enough to show how powerful this great rock was. Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian looked at the rock and called out. The rock nodded to him, then it spread out its wings and lightly swept them. In that instant, whoosh! The air outside Dubhe Hall seemed to have been completely sucked dry, and dust that covered the sky shot out and suffused the air. Let's go! The 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, called out to Duan Lingtian and the others before being the first to leap onto the rock's wide back that was like flat ground. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and the others ascended the back of the rock one by one. After they descended onto the back of the rock, Duan Lingtian could guess what was going to happen next. This rock was the 7-star sword sect's guarding revered Elder Peng, and it would carry their group to the demonic Lotus Blade sect. The martial competition of the 5 great sects this time would be held at the demonic Lotus Blade sect. The demonic Lotus Blade sect was similar to the 7-star sword sect, and was similarly one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If it was said that over 90% of the 7-star sword sect disciples used swords, then over 90% of the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples used sabers instead. Right at this moment, the rock spread its wings that were like clouds that covered the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! The rock flapped its wings and its enormous body soared into the sky, and it brought along Duan Lingtian's group of 7 to leave the 7-star sword sect's main peak. Dubhe Peak. Whoosh! The rock's figure flashed as its speed suddenly sped up, and it seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that pierced through the clouds and mist as it flashed out. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian only heard the piercingly cold sound of strong winds enter into his ears, and the fierce strong winds assaulted his face and slapped his cheeks. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved. He stood there without moving like a mountain. Along with the rock's speed increasing, Zhang Song was the first to be unable to endure the strong winds that assaulted him, and his face went pale as his body lightly trembled. Then it was Meng Qiu. Humph! Huang Ji, who had been clenching his teeth and persevering, glanced at the calm Duan Lingtian and clenched his teeth. Now he was also on the verge of collapse. But when he saw Duan Lingtian facing the piercingly cold gale that assaulted him as if nothing had happened, he was unwilling to admit defeat. Duan Lingtian noticed Huang Ji's little action and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. If it was in the past, he might have been afraid of such a biting cold wind. But now he who'd comprehended elementary wind force didn't take such strong gales seriously at all. Elder Peng, please take care of this junior. Ling Hu Jinhong noticed Zhang Song, Meng Qiu, and Huang Ji's unsightly expressions. When he saw Duan Lingtian's calm and collected expression, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch as he inwardly called out monster, then immediately said to the rock, "Humph! 3 useless little things." Right at this moment, a voice transmission entered into the ears of everyone present. It caused Ling Hu Jinhong, Zhang Fan, and Ku Zhan to smile helplessly. They were naturally able to discern that Elder Peng was probing these juniors earlier. Now the display of Huang Ji, Zhang Song, and Meng Qiu was simply nothing when compared to Duan Lingtian's display. No wonder Elder Peng was so rude. Whoosh! The rock slowly slowed down, causing Huang Ji's group of 3 to heave a sigh of relief. After Huang Ji's group of 3 recovered, Zhang Song had a bitter smile as he muttered, "How can we compare to junior brother Duan Lingtian? He's a freak." Unlike Zhang Song's open-mindedness, Huang Ji and Meng Qiu's expressions were extremely unsightly. They were unable to accept the fact that they were trampled beneath the feet of a 22-year-old kid. Duan Lingtian was able to feel their fierce gazes, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them, and instead sized up the surroundings with interest. But unfortunately, all that entered his eyes was a boundless expanse, and he couldn't see anything. "Senior brother Zhang Song, with Elder Peng bringing us along, we still need to spend half a month of time to arrive at the demonic Lotus Blade sect?" Duan Lingtian walked over to Zhang Song's side and asked curiously. "Yes." Zhang Song nodded. "This is something that can't be helped. If Elder Peng were to head to the demonic Lotus Blade sect by himself, he would arrive in half a day at most. But now, Elder Peng has to take care of us juniors, so he can only reduce his speed to an extent that we can endure." Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Elder Peng's speed was swift. But Zhang Song, Huang Ji, and Meng Qiu were unable to withstand the swift and fierce gale that assaulted their faces as they swiftly flew, even if it was him, even though it wasn't strenuous earlier. But once Elder Peng's speed doubled again, he would surely be unable to endure it. Half a month. Only when Duan Lingtian found out about the location of the demonic Lotus Blade sect did he realize that even then, their speed this time could still be considered to be extremely swift. The distance between the 7-star sword sect and the demonic Lotus Blade sect was actually more than 3 times the distance between the 7-star sword sect and the solitary peak. After all, when he left the 7-star sword sect that day, even if he used a Fergana horse to travel at full speed, he still spent 4 or 5 months of time before arriving at the ancient city of Everlast that was nearby the solitary peak. But the speed of a Fergana horse is utterly unable to compare to Elder Peng's speed. Duan Lingtian was extremely clear about this. Even if Elder Peng intentionally slowed down now in terms of speed, it still far surpassed a Fergana horse by a few tens of times, or even 100 times. All along the way, they were bored and idle, so Duan Lingtian and Zhang Song chatted about everything. Unknowingly, they started to chat about the demonic Lotus Blade sect. A shockingly outstanding inner court disciple has appeared in the younger generation of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, and he's ranked 5th among the 5 great young masters. He's called Saber Young Master. As he finished speaking, Zhang Song felt deep veneration. Saber Young Master? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. How is this Saber Young Master compared to Zither Young Master? In terms of strength, he's slightly inferior. In terms of natural talent, there's not much difference. Zhang Song continued. Saber Young Master is the youngest amongst the 5 great young masters, and he's only 26 years old this year. But, according to my father, that Saber Young Master's cultivation had already stepped into the 6th level of the nascent soul stage 1 year ago. Now, it's extremely likely that he stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. 26 years old, 7th level of the nascent soul stage? Duan Lingtian nodded. Such natural talent was indeed not inferior to Zither Young Master Zi Shang. Half a month's time passed very quickly. On this day, Duan Lingtian, who stood behind the rock, felt the ground beneath his feet tremble, and the rock suddenly slowed down before diving down. Within the scope of Duan Lingtian's field of vision, the clouds and mist that entered his eyes had completely dispersed. A boundlessly vast gorge appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group. Presently, Duan Lingtian stood on the back of the rock and looked down at the gorge, and he could see that the shape of the gorge was like an exceedingly strange lotus flower. Within this lotus flower-shaped gorge, every single petal was an independent gorge within a gorge. This is the location of the demonic lotus blade sect. The demonic lotus blade gorge. Ling Hu Jinhong looked down at the vast gorge below and said slowly, "This demonic lotus blade gorge seems to be a 9-petal demonic lotus. The location of those 9 petals is the cultivation grounds of the demonic lotus blade sect's outer court disciples, and it's similar to the 6 great outer court sword peaks of our 7-star sword sect." Under Ling Hu Jinhong's introduction, Duan Lingtian and the others had a certain level of understanding of the demonic lotus blade sect. "Elder Peng, let's go down," Ling Hu Jinhong said to the rock. The rock nodded and descended towards the central area of the demonic lotus blade gorge. Suddenly Duan Lingtian frowned. His acute spiritual force vaguely detected that a person had suddenly appeared ahead, and it was in existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Not long after, the rock paused and landed not far in front of that person. Duan Lingtian glanced over. Nearby, an azure-clothed old man stood in the sky, and he cupped his hands and bowed towards Ling Hu Jinhong, who stood on the back of the rock. Sect leader Ling Hu. Ling Hu Jinhong hadn't spoken when the face of Ku Zhan, who stood by Ling Hu Jinhong's side, sank, and the terrifying aura on his body stretched out to envelop the old man. "Our 7-star sword sect leader has personally arrived. Yet not a single one of your demonic lotus blade sect leader and 9 valley masters has come out to greet him?" The old man's face went slightly grim when he was enveloped by Ku Zhan's aura, and he hurriedly explained, "Peak Master Ku Zhan, a few of our sect leader and 9 valley masters are in closed-door cultivation. Besides the sect leader, only 3 valley masters aren't in closed-door cultivation, and they're currently entertaining the distinguished guests of the other 3 sections. A sect leader, 3 valley masters. What a demonic lotus blade sect." Zheng Fan took a step forward, and a similarly terrifying aura enveloped the old man, causing the old man's already pale face to become ghastly pale. "Zheng, Peak Master Zheng Fan, you've actually broken through." He knew the 7-star sword sect leader and 6 peak masters. According to his knowledge, the 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peaks Master, Zheng Fan, ought to be a 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist. Yet he never imagined that Zheng Fan had actually broken through. Zheng Fan's breakthrough also meant that the 7-star sword sect had another void initiation stage expert. This wasn't good news to the demonic lotus blade sect. "Zheng Fan, you've broken through?" Ku Zhan was stunned. Zheng Fan smiled lightly, and his gaze imperceptibly flashed past Duan Lingtian. His breakthrough was all thanks to Duan Lingtian. Peak Master Zheng Fan really concealed himself deeply. Even the Peak Master of Fecta Peak doesn't know that he's already broken through? Duan Lingtian was similarly surprised when he saw this scene. After all, Zheng Fan had already broken through to the void initiation stage 2 years ago. "Lead the way." Ling Hu Jinhong spoke out, and he seemed to not mind the demonic lotus blade sect's lack of manners. But Duan Lingtian was still able to notice the terrifying rage contained in the depths of Ling Hu Jinhong's eyes. The 7-star sword sect was the head of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom at any rate. Yet now it was actually looked down upon by the demonic lotus blade sect like this. As the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, how could Ling Hu Jinhong not be enraged? Looks like the inability of the 7-star sword sect's younger generation to carry on has affected the dignity of the 7-star sword sect to a certain extent. Although Duan Lingtian was watching coldly from the sidelines, he was still able to notice a trace of an inkling. Just think about it. The current state of a sect was dependent on the experts of the older generation. But in the future, the experts of the older generation would retire or even die of old age, and they would rely on the younger generation that gradually matured. It was imaginable. Chapter 381. The grand rock that followed behind the demonic lotus blade sect elder abruptly flapped its wings that were like clouds that covered the sky. Whoosh! Instantly, the grand rock passed by the former and whistled as it descended, and everywhere it passed, the sound of air exploding rose and fell. Duan Lingtian was able to see that the demonic lotus blade sect elder was swept by the strong wind caused by the grand rock's wings, and he was in an extremely sorry state in midair. Elder Peng wouldn't have done it on purpose, right? Duan Lingtian glanced at the grand rock beneath his feet as he thought in his heart. The grand rock sent Duan Lingtian's group to an open space. Then it nodded to Linghu Jinhong before spreading its wings and flying high into the sky, vanishing behind the clouds and mist. Whoosh! Meanwhile, the demonic lotus blade sect elder had finally descended, and he descended not far away from Duan Lingtian's group. Although he was made a fool of by the grand rock, the demonic lotus blade sect elder dared be furious but didn't dare speak out, and he slightly respectfully welcomed Linghu Jinhong and the others into a gorge. Within the gorge, this is the demonic lotus blade sect's inner gorge. It's similar to our 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak. It's the location of the demonic lotus blade sect's spirit point, and the demonic lotus blade sect's higher-ups and inner court disciples usually cultivate here. Zheng Fan introduced the inner gorge to Duan Lingtian and the other young people. They walked all the way into the inner gorge. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly opened up, and he was able to see some buildings standing here and there, and he was even able to see many demonic lotus blade sect disciples flowing endlessly within. Some demonic lotus blade sect disciples that noticed them couldn't help but stop and look over. They're from the 7-star sword sect? They should be. Those 4 young people are wearing the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciple attire. That young man looks to be only 21 or 22 years old. He wouldn't have come to participate in the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time, right? It's impossible, right? Being able to become a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple at such an age can already be considered to have extraordinary natural talent, but if he wants to participate in the martial competition of the 5 great sects, then he's still too young. Indeed. So long as you're a disciple of the 5 great sects below the age of 30, you can participate in the martial competition of the 5 great sects, and there's no lack of existences at the 4th or 5th level of the nascent soul stage like our demonic lotus blade sect's senior brother Long Yun, who's ranked at the 5th of the 5 great young masters. Presently, his cultivation is only a step away from breaking through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. This 7-star sword sect inner court disciple probably followed his seniors over to watch the show. Under the lead of the demonic lotus blade sect elders, Duan Lingtian's group walked all the way into the inner valley. Everywhere they passed, they could clearly hear the whispers of the demonic lotus blade sect disciples. Saber young master Long Yun. He still hasn't broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage? A light flashed through Duan Lingtian's eyes. The gaze of the demonic lotus blade sect elder that led the way descended onto Duan Lingtian many times, and he was rather surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to become a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple at such an age. Sect leader Linghu. Looks like another young genius has appeared in your esteemed sect this time. The demonic lotus blade sect elder spoke to Linghu Jinhong, but his words were indifferent. As far as he was concerned, even though becoming a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple at such an age could be considered to be not bad. But in terms of natural talent, it wasn't worth mentioning when compared to their demonic lotus blade sect's saber young master, Long Yun, who was ranked as one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After all, their demonic lotus blade sect's saber young master, Long Yun, had stepped into the 7th level of the origin core stage at the age of 20 and became an inner court disciple. As far as he was concerned, this young man was at most in existence at the 7th or 8th level of the origin core stage. Elder's judgment isn't bad. Linghu Jinhong replied indifferently. The demonic Lotus Blade sect elder felt disdain in his heart when he heard Ling Hu Jin Hong, but he didn't show it on the surface. In next to no time, the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder brought Duan Lingtian's group to arrive at the center of the buildings in the inner valley. The demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples here were comparatively scarce. You come here. The demonic Lotus Blade sect elder stopped a demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple that passed by and instructed indifferently. You bring these 4 young geniuses of the 7-star sword sect to the martial competition courtyard. As he spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian, Zheng Song, Huang Ji, and Meng Qiu. Yes. The demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple hurriedly replied respectfully. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 didn't leave, and they all looked at the sect leader, Ling Hu Jin Hong. The 4 of you, including our demonic Lotus Blade sect, the young geniuses of the 4 great sects, are already waiting at the martial competition courtyard. All of you can go over and rest first. Later, the higher-ups of the 5 great sects will head over together and announce the start of the martial competition. The demonic Lotus Blade sect elder lightly smiled as he spoke to Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Then he looked at Ling Hu Jin Hong and made a hand gesture. Sect leader Ling Hu, Peak Masters, our sect leader has already been waiting respectfully for a long time, please. Go on. Ling Hu Jin Hong nodded to Duan Lingtian's group of 4, and then he left with Zheng Fan and Ku Zhan to follow the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder. After obtaining Ling Hu Jin Hong's permission, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 followed behind the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple and headed towards another direction. On the way, Duan Lingtian found out from Zheng Song. Not only did the demonic Lotus Blade sect have a martial competition courtyard within the inner gorge, even their 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak, had a martial competition courtyard. The martial competition courtyard was a place specially prepared for the martial competition of the 5 great sections. The martial competition of the 5 great sects was held once every 3 years, and it was held by the 5 great sects in rotation. Every sect would hold a martial competition every 18 years. This time, it was precisely the demonic Lotus Blade sect's turn. Through Zheng Song's introduction, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the other 3 great sects of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The other 3 great sects were respectively the Origin Convergence sect, the Mountain Split sect, and the Snow Moon sect. In next to no time, the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple brought Duan Lingtian's group into a spacious courtyard. After entering the courtyard, what entered his eyes was a spacious and flat ground, and numerous pergolas stood in the surroundings of the flat ground. Presently, there were people sitting within 4 pergolas. The people sitting within were all young people, and the oldest amongst them wasn't over 30 years old. These people are the disciples of the other 4 great sects that are participating in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. Duan Lingtian casually swept these people with his gaze as he thought to himself, "Senior brothers, all of you casually find a pergola to rest for a moment. The martial competition will begin when the sect leader and the others arrive." After the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple bid his farewells to Duan Lingtian's group of 4, he directly left. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 walked towards a nearby pergola. The 7-star sword sect has arrived. In next to no time, some people with sharp gazes noticed Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Looks like the 7-star sword sect has really declined. For positions were actually occupied by a little kid that looks to be a little over 20. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 sat down in the pergola, and many snacks and tea had been prepared in the pergola beforehand. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the other 4 pergolas one by one. Only now did he notice that within every pergola sat 4 young people that wore similar clothes. There was also a pergola that actually had a young woman sitting there. Most shocking of it all was that the 3 young men by the young woman's side seemed to be slightly reverent when facing the young woman. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned. That's the Snow Moon sect's genius disciple, Lu Yu, and a figure in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with a natural talent in the martial Dao that's only inferior to the 5 great young masters. Although she's a woman, if she were to fight, she wouldn't be the slightest bit inferior to a man, and she's an extremely dangerous figure. Zheng Song noticed where Duan Lingtian's gaze was and explained in a low voice. Duan Lingtian nodded. This Lu Yu was around 27 or 28 years old, and although her appearance was ordinary, her strength was shocking. 6th level of the nascent soul stage. She's only a woman, yet she's actually even stronger than the personal disciple of my 7-star sword sect's leader, Huang Ji. Now Duan Lingtian was able to understand the feelings of the sect leader, Ling Hu Jin Hong. If the 7-star sword sect continued like this, it would sooner or later be destroyed at the hands of this generation of young people. That's the saber young master Long Yun. Along with Zheng Song speaking, Duan Lingtian's gaze shot towards the distance. In a distant pergola, a young man around the age of 26 that held a sheathed broad saber silently sat there with his eyes closed, and he turned a deaf ear to everything in his surroundings. The other 3 young men by his side didn't dare breathe loudly, as they were deeply afraid of disturbing the former. Saber young master Long Yun? Duan Lingtian nodded. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to detect the exact cultivation of this saber young master. He's only half a step away from breaking through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. This saber young master seems to have encountered a bottleneck that's difficult to break through. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian discerned the depth of the saber young master's cultivation. In the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time, the saber young master Long Yun and Lu Yu's strengths are the strongest. Zheng Song continued. Strongest? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Didn't they say that there was another person amongst the 5 great young masters that came from one of the 5 great sects? That person didn't come? Zheng Song smiled. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, you don't know. The person you're talking about is the person ranked 4th amongst the 5 great young masters, and he's called Sword Young Master. This Sword Young Master is a weirdo amongst weirdos. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian's interest was piqued. Sword Young Master is from the Origin Convergence sect, and he's fond of women. Supposedly, after Sword Young Master left the Origin Convergence sect 2 years ago, he spent his days in the largest dance hall in the Imperial City, and from then on, he was unable to recover from his setback and didn't pay attention to the affairs of the world anymore. He's really living up to the saying, the home of women is the grave of heroes. Zheng Song had a strange expression as he introduced Sword Young Master. This Sword Young Master has a true temperament. Duan Lingtian smiled, as he was able to feel Sword Young Master's carefreeness. Right, since he's from the Origin Convergence sect, could it be that the members of the Origin Convergence sect don't care about him? The members of the Origin Convergence sect are utterly unable to care about him. Zheng Song shook his head and smiled. At the beginning, a few elders of the Origin Convergence sect wanted to capture him, but in the end, he directly said, if you dare touch this young master, then this young master will immediately announce to the world that I'll leave the Origin Convergence sect from today onwards. Chapter 382. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile when he heard Zheng Song. This Sword Young Master really had a character. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that the reason Sword Young Master was able to deter the elders of the Origin Convergence sect with those words was because of his status in the Origin Convergence sect. If it was any other ordinary Origin Convergence sect disciple, the disciple would probably have been directly expelled from the sect. Not to mention making the elders of the Origin Convergence sect personally invite the disciple. As one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, that Sword Young Master is actually so shameless. He's truly thrown away the face of the younger generation of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Meng Qiu, who sat nearby, grunted coldly when he heard Zheng Song, and he seemed to be extremely displeased with Sword Young Master's character. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Meng Qiu, as he didn't agree with Meng Qiu's view. As far as he was concerned, one only sought to have a clear conscience in one's life. Although he didn't know Sword Young Master, nor had he seen Sword Young Master, Sword Young Master's true character still caused him to feel admiration from the bottom of his heart. This Meng Qiu has caused trouble. When Meng Qiu finished speaking, Duan Lingtian noticed. In a nearby pergola, the faces of the 4 young men went grim when they heard Meng Qiu's voice that wasn't intentionally suppressed. In next to no time, one of the young men with a thin figure walked out of the pergola with large strides and stood on the spacious ground. For a time, besides the saber young master, Long Yun, who still held his saber and sat there with his eyes closed, The gazes of everyone else in the martial competition courtyard descended onto this young man. What does this origin convergence sect disciple want to do? Many people were bewildered in their hearts. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to see the fierce gaze of the origin convergence sect disciple sweep towards the pergola they were in, and in the end, it descended onto Meng Qiu. Senior Brother Chan is the person I admire the most in my entire life. This person from the 7-star sword sect. Since you dare go against Senior Brother Chan with your words, I presume your strength ought to be not bad. Even though the martial competition has yet to begin, we can still have a warm-up battle. What do you think? The origin convergence sect disciple spoke indifferently to Meng Qiu, and his words had no lack of provocation. I'm not afraid of you. In the face of the challenge from the Guiyuan sect disciples, Meng Qiu was not afraid at all. He flew out and confronted the Guiyuan sect disciples. Sword Prince's surname is Chan? Duan Lingtian raised his brows as he looked at the two people who were confronting each other with interest. Besides the saber young master Long Yun, the others were just like Duan Lingtian, silently watching the scene before them. All of a sudden, the Guiyuan sect disciple moved. Whoosh! His entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he shot out. On his right hand, along with the rising and roaring of origin energy, the spirit weapon gloves flickered with a dazzling brilliance. Whoosh! The Guiyuan clan disciples' palm landed and condensed into 3 solid palm prints in the air. They whizzed down and enveloped Meng Qiu. In the sky above him, beside the 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes, another 170 ancient mammoth silhouettes had been added. This origin convergence sect disciple was obviously a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. As for the glove on his hand, it was a 7th-grade spirit artifact. The strength contained within this palm strike of his was comparable to the strength of around 770 ancient mammoths. Bring it on! Meng Qiu shouted out explosively as his feet moved, transforming into a gust of wind as he moved to intercept the palm strike. Whoosh! Meng Qiu's hand shook and a grade 7 spirit sword appeared in his hand. The grade 7 spirit sword flashed out and transformed into sword images that covered the sky like flying flowers and falling leaves as it moved to intercept the palm strike. In the sky, 770 ancient mammoth silhouettes similarly appeared. Meng Qiu was a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist as well. Their strengths are evenly matched. Many people exclaimed in surprise. In the blink of an eye, the Guiyuan sect disciple had collided head-on with Meng Qiu. The 3 solid palm prints whistled down and collided with the sword images in Meng Qiu's hand. Bang! The terrifying collision of strength caused a shapeless force to stretch out and shake the air to the point a circle of ripples spread out, transforming into a gust of wind that blew towards the spectators in the pergolas in the surroundings. Whoosh! 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 The Guiyuan sect disciple and Meng Qiu's speeds were on par, and they passed by each other and collided a few more times. A draw. On the flat ground, dust that covered the sky suffused the air and practically enveloped the figures of the two people. Whoosh! 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 The whistling sounds of palm winds rose and fell. Whoosh! 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 Swift and fierce sword howls followed like a shadow. They're probably unable to determine a victor. Duan Lingtian's gaze never left the two people in battle. Relying on his acute spiritual force, he was able to notice. In terms of strength, the Guiyuan sect disciple was on par with Meng Qiu. In terms of speed, the two of them were equally matched. Presently, even the consumption of their origin energy was practically exactly the same. This battle had been fought for half an hour, but the victor was still unable to be determined. This caused the spectators to lose their patience. Let's call it a draw. Continuing on is meaningless. Exactly. Both of your strengths and speeds are on par, and your utilization of martial skills and actual combat experience are on par. Continuing on will only exhaust your origin energy and affect the martial competition later on. Stop it. Many people persuaded out of goodwill. Kid, I'll let you off this time. But if you dare speak ill of Senior Brother Chun again, then even if I have to risk my life, I'll kill you. The figure of the origin convergence sect disciple flashed to the side as he coldly swept Meng Qiu with his gaze. For the sake of a Chan Xiao Shui that's infatuated with brothels, you're even willing to give up your life? Meng Qiu's expression was extremely unsightly, and he didn't doubt the words of the Origin Convergence sect disciple. If this Origin Convergence sect disciple really intended to take him down with him, then it would indeed be difficult for him to escape death. No matter what senior brother Chun has become, I only know that he saved my life once. So long as he needs it, I can return this life to him at any time. The eyes of the Origin Convergence sect disciple were suffused with coldness, and his words contained killing intent mixed within. Everyone present was able to feel the resolution of this Origin Convergence sect disciple. Madman! Meng Qiu couldn't help but curse, yet he didn't dare speak ill of Sword Young Master again. If he spoke ill of Sword Young Master again, he didn't doubt in the slightest that Origin Convergence sect disciple would once again charge forward and risk his life against him. Sword Young Master was utterly a madman. When he saw the Origin Convergence sect disciple return to the pergola, Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed slight admiration. This Origin Convergence sect disciple knows how to repay kindness. He's a man. Subsequently, many people left the pergola and stepped onto the spacious flat ground at the center of the martial competition courtyard to spar with each other. Duan Lingtian lazily ate snacks, and after watching a few matches, he was slightly drowsy. Junior brother from the 7-star sword sect, how about we spar? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a sharp voice sound out by his ears, and he just raised his head when he saw a young man with a wretched appearance and a figure that was thin like a monkey standing nearby. And the young man was looking at him with a smile. The young man's gaze contained slight ridicule mixed within. Duan Lingtian, don't pay attention to him. This mountain split sect disciple has already successively lost to me and the other 2 people earlier, and now he intends to find balance on you. Meanwhile, Zhang Song's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Find balance on me? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that this was a person that was bashed 3 times, then saw that he was young and thought that he was easy to bully, and wanted to find balance on him and vent his resentment. Want to vent his resentment on me? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile that was difficult to notice. What? Junior brother from the 7-star sword sect, you wouldn't be afraid to spar with me, right? The mountain split sect disciple with a wretched appearance stared at Duan Lingtian, and a wisp of ridicule appeared on his face. Looks like the disciples of the 7-star sword sect are only SOSO. You actually don't dare spar with me, truly disappointing. In my opinion, all of you 7-star sword sect disciples should go back to where you came from. You're only making a fool of yourself by staying here. The number 1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Bah! As he finished speaking, the mountain split sect disciple even cursed the 7-star sword sect. Right when Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and he prepared to accept the challenge. Laughable. Zhang Song abruptly stood up, then looked at the mountain split sect disciple and sneered. Since you said the disciples of our 7-star sword sect are only SOSO, then how about I battle you again? Although they were both at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, Zhang Song had already taken half a step into the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. There were very few 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artists that were a match for him. The mountain split sect disciple's face sank when he saw Zhang Song interfering. Zhang Song. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. I think what this mountain split sect junior brother said is reasonable. Since we've come here today, then we must fight for the honor of the 7-star sword sect. You defeated this mountain split sect junior brother earlier and fought for the honor of our 7-star sword sect. You're worthy of respect. Now this mountain split sect junior brother challenged Duan Lingtian by name, then we should naturally allow Duan Lingtian to ascend the stage and battle him, to protect the dignity of our 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian, what do you think of what I said? The person that spoke now was none other than Duan Lingtian. It was precisely the personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong Huangji. Since half a month ago, after Linghu Jinhong gave the jade origin fruit to Duan Lingtian Huangji, who'd been displeased with Duan Lingtian at every turn. Huangji you! Zhang Song's face went gloomy, and under his extreme rage, he stretched out his hand to point at Huangji and said in a stern voice, Are you a disciple of our 7-star sword sect or not? Helping an outsider bully a fellow disciple. Those that don't know would think that you're a mountain split sect disciple. Huang Ji said indifferently. Zhengsong, what you said is a bit too much. I'm only stating a fact. Meng Qiu, what do you think? I agree with what Huang Ji said. Meng Qiu nodded, and when his gaze flashed past Duanling Tian, there was an extra sense of coldness within it. Huang Ji and Meng Qiu echoed each other and pushed Duanling Tian to the cusp of the limelight. When their words entered into Duanling Tian's ears, it caused Duanling Tian's face to sink slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile. He was extremely clear about what these two people had in mind. It was none other than wanting him to make a fool of himself under the gazes of everyone present. Early on the way to the demonic Lotus Blade sect, he'd noticed the various hostility these two people had towards him. Chapter 383. In the past, although Duanling Tian noticed Huang Ji and Meng Qiu's various jealousy and hatred towards him, he didn't really care. As the saying goes, a mediocre person that doesn't incur the jealousy of others. When someone was jealous, it undoubtedly indicated that he had some redeeming qualities. This was a good thing. But now, Huang Ji and Meng Qiu forcefully pushed him into a pit of fire in front of outsiders, and it instead caused boundless rage to arise from the bottom of his heart. You too. Huang Ji and Meng Qiu's echoes caused Zhengsong's expression to be extremely unsightly. Zhengsong had never imagined that Huang Ji and Meng Qiu would actually make things difficult for Duanling Tian like this. Junior brother Duanling Tian, you don't have to pay attention to them. Zhengsong looked at Duanling Tian and persuaded. Duanling Tian? The mountain split sect disciple was already beaming with joy when he heard Huang Ji and Meng Qiu. Now, when he heard what Zhengsong said to Duanling Tian, his mocking gaze descended onto Duanling Tian. This 7-star sword sect junior brother's name isn't bad. Lingtan, towering above the heavens, truly domineering. But unfortunately, you don't live up to your name, and you're at most a coward. In my opinion, you should just change your name. You'll be called Kneeling Ling in the future, what do you think? The wretched face of the mountain split sect disciple revealed a ridiculing smile, and from the beginning until the end, he looked at Duanling Tian with a mocking gaze. It was as if he was teasing an ant. Kneeling Ling? This name isn't bad. In next to no time, someone voiced out in agreement. Ha 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 ha. Many people roared with laughter, and the gazes they shot at Duanling Tian were filled with ridicule and ridicule. Duanling Tian, you wouldn't really be willing to let him change your name, right? Huang Ji looked at Duanling Tian and mocked. Perhaps Duanling Tian would like this name. Meng Qiu laughed extremely brilliantly. You two are the personal disciples of our 7-star sword sect leader and peak master at any rate. Yet you're actually helping outsiders bully your fellow disciples? You too, do you want outsiders to see our 7-star sword sect as a joke? Zhengsong looked at Huang Ji and Meng Qiu's. He was angered to the extreme. Outsiders. Huang Ji glanced indifferently at Zhengsong. Zhengsong, open your eyes wide and look carefully. Who's the one that's making a joke of our 7-star sword sect? The junior brother of the mountain split sect sincerely invited Duanling Tian to spar. Yet this Duanling Tian actually didn't even have the courage to accept the challenge. He's truly thrown away the face of our 7-star sword sect. Duanyan. T Duantian S. T Duantian's Lingtian. S Dun Ling. Duan of Duanling Tian S. Was Duanling undefeatable legend. When Duanling Tian was in the 7-star sword sect, he rarely suffered a loss in front of others. Especially the few times he ascended the life and death arena, he'd killed his opponent swiftly like a bolt of lightning, and his imposing manner shot into the sky, causing his name to spread throughout the 7-star sword sect. In the 7-star sword sect, many bored 7-star sword sect disciples crowned Duanling Tian with the title of undefeatable legend. In their eyes, Duanling Tian was an undefeatable legend. Undefeatable legend? Him. Meng Qiu's voice wasn't soft, and it allowed the mountain split sect disciple with a wretched appearance to hear it clearly. For a time, the mountain split sect disciple looked at Duanling Tian and couldn't help but start laughing, and in the end, he even held his stomach and laughed loudly. No. I can't anymore, my stomach hurts from laughing. It hurts to death. Undefeatable legend? For a time, the title Duan Lingtian was crowned by the group of 7-star sword sect disciples was well known by everyone in the martial competition courtyard. Looks like there's really no one left in the 7-star sword sect. A little kid like this is publicly acknowledged as an undefeatable legend? The 7-star sword sect has really declined. In another few tens of years, the number 1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom might not be the 7-star sword sect anymore, but our Origin Convergence sect. Our Origin Convergence sect has produced a figure that's on the level of the 5 great young masters. Sword Young Master. Our demonic Lotus Blade sect's senior brother Long Yun is similarly one of the 5 great young masters, and he'll surely be able to lead our demonic Lotus Blade sect to replace the 7-star sword sect, and become the number 1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future. In next to no time, the disciples of the Origin Convergence sect and demonic Lotus Blade sect started arguing. Only when a flash appeared before their eyes and they noticed a figure had appeared on the spacious flat ground in the distance did they shut their mouths. Presently, a young man stood not far away from the Mountain Split sect disciple with a wretched appearance. This young man was precisely the youngest amongst all the people present. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, Duan Lingtian. This 7-star sword sect disciple wants to accept the challenge? He's simply looking for trouble. Although the strength of this Mountain Split sect disciple is ordinary, he's a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist at any rate. How could he be someone a little kid like him can deal with? The show is about to begin. For a time, the gazes of some people within the various pergolas descended onto Duan Lingtian. Most of these gazes contained ridicule mixed within. They didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be a match for this Mountain Split sect disciple. After all, Duan Lingtian's age was truly too young to the point it was shocking. Within the pergola, Huang Ji and Meng Qiu looked at each other and beamed. They seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being defeated and humiliated. Only Zhang Song glared at Huang Ji and Meng Qiu before looking at Duan Lingtian with a worried expression, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, if you're unable to do it, then you can directly admit defeat. If he doesn't hold back after you admit defeat, then I'll make a move. Senior brother Zhang Song, don't worry. Zhang Song's concern caused Duan Lingtian's heart to feel warm, and he replied via voice transmission. At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the Mountain Split sect disciple that stood in confrontation with him, and his tone was terrifyingly calm. Mountain Split sect disciple, is it? I, Duan Lingtian, a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. From the beginning until the end, I seem to have never refused your arranged battle, right? The bullshit you just spouted was pretty smooth. Are you trying to show your lowly existence? Duan Lingtian was fine when he didn't speak, but once he did, every single word struck the heart. It caused the Mountain Split sect disciple with a wretched appearance to be angered to the point his face flushed red, and he almost roared. Kid, I'll kill you. Instantly, 600 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above the Mountain Split sect disciple, and they accumulated strength while waiting to be deployed. 4th-level nascent soul stage. Kill me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and he had a carefree expression. Want to kill me? That will depend on if you have the ability. The spectators felt their scalps go numb when they saw Duan Lingtian still daring to provoke the Mountain Split sect disciple like this when facing him. This 7-star sword sect disciple is actually infuriating the Mountain Split sect disciple. Is he courting death? It was originally impossible for him to be a match for this Mountain Split sect disciple, and now he's further infuriating the Mountain Split sect disciple is truly an unwise action. He's probably going to suffer today. The spectating disciples of the various sects seem to have already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being completely crushed by the Mountain Split sect disciple. Right when the Mountain Split sect disciple roared and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed as he prepared to attack. The little fellow seemed to be rather happy playing around. A dignified and warm voice accompanied by a wave of footsteps sounded out from outside the martial competition courtyard. Instantly. Sect leader. Within the pergola where the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples resided, Besides the saber young master, Long Yun, who didn't move, the gazes of the other 3 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples lit up as they stood up and bowed. The sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect? Duan Lingtian glanced over. Right at this moment, a robust figure walked into the martial competition courtyard with large strides. This was a curly-bearded man that wore a red robe. He had a pair of tiger-like brows that emitted a dignified aura, and the pair of eyes beneath his tiger-like brows flickered with a sheen of wisdom that was extremely different from his outer appearance. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader wasn't simple. This was a scheming person, and he was absolutely not someone an ordinary boorish fellow could compare to. Weren't we the same when we participated in the martial competition of the 5 great sects all those years ago? The seniors haven't arrived, yet we've already started sparring. Another middle-aged man slowly walked in. This middle-aged man was dressed like a scholar, and the space between his brows was extremely modest. Sect leader. The 4 Snow Moon sect disciples bowed respectfully to the middle-aged scholar. The identity of the middle-aged scholar was obvious. The Snow Moon sect's leader. I remember that I participated in the martial competition of the outer great sects with sect leader Linghu that day. At that time, sect leader Linghu had an awe-inspiring presence with his sword, and he caused all of us disciples of the 4 great sects to be invincible. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance that was impossible to find once thrown into the crowd walked in shoulder to shoulder with Linghu Jinhong, sect leader, including the Mountain Split sect disciple that was in confrontation with Duan Lingtian. The other 3 Mountain Split sect disciples bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was precisely the sect leader of the Mountain Split sect. It's all in the past. Linghu Jinhong smiled indifferently, then he separated from the Mountain Split sect's leader and each of them walked into an idol pergola. Sect leader. The 7-star sword sects Huang Ji, Meng Qiu, and Zhang Song bowed respectfully to Linghu Jinhong. Exactly, I was there all those years ago as well. Sect leader Linghu's elegant demeanor is indeed fascinating. A dignified middle-aged man with a robust figure followed behind Linghu Jinhong and Meng Qiu as he walked in. Sect leader. The 4 Origin Convergence sect disciples bowed respectfully. Subsequently, a sparse group of 10 people walked in with large strides. They were precisely the elders of the 5 great sections. Every sect had 2 elders that had arrived, and they sat by the side of the sect leader of their respective sect. Haha, I've heard of sect leader Linghu's elegant demeanor all those years ago. But unfortunately, I'm older than sect leader Linghu by a few years, yet I didn't have the fortune to meet sect leader Linghu during the martial competition of our 5 great sects all those years ago. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader that sat within the pergola laughed heartily. Suddenly, the Snow Moon sect's leader's surprised gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Chapter 384. Presently, it wasn't only the gazes of the Snow Moon sect's leader, even the gazes of the other 3 great sects were drawn by Duan Lingtian. Only because Duan Lingtian was truly too dazzling. Sect leader Linghu. This young man is also a disciple of your 7-star sword sect that's participating in the martial competition this time? The Origin Convergence sect's leader glanced at the 7-star sword sect's inner court attire on Duan Lingtian and asked Linghu Jinhong with a surprised expression. Sect leader Linghu, this disciple of your 7-star sword sect seems to only be 21 or 22 years old, right? The demonic Lotus Blade sect and Mountain Split sect's leaders looked at Linghu Jinhong as well. He's 22 this year. Linghu Jinhong lightly smiled as he nodded, and when he saw Duan Lingtian and the Mountain Split sect disciple standing in confrontation, he asked with slight bewilderment. Duan Lingtian, you two intend to spar? Yes, sect leader. Duan Lingtian replied. Then his gaze descended onto the Mountain Split sect disciple, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. This senior brother of the Mountain Split sect said I'm not worthy of the name Duan Lingtian, and wants to change my name to a new one. What name? Linghu Jinhong was stunned, and he vaguely felt that the atmosphere was slightly off. Let him say it himself. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the Mountain Split sect disciple. and a cold light flashed within the depths of his gaze. The mountain split sect disciple wasn't afraid in the slightest, and he said coldly, "Exactly. I want to change the name of a kid like you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're not worthy of the name Duan Lingtian. You'll be called Kneeling Ling in the future." Kneeling Ling? As soon as the mountain split sect disciple finished speaking, Ling Hu Jinhong's face froze and he frowned. This mountain split sect disciple had gone too far. Even if he was only an outsider, when he heard the mountain split sect disciple's words that contained humiliation, slight rage couldn't help but arise in his heart. He could imagine that as the person involved, Duan Lingtian, the flames of rage in his heart would surely skyrocket at this moment. Zhang Fan and Ku Zhan, who were sitting beside Ling Hu Jinhong, also had somewhat ugly expressions. The mountain split sect master frowned but didn't say anything in the end. The current 7-star sword sect wasn't the 7-star sword sect of the past any longer. Without outstanding new blood, the 7-star sword sect would sooner or later be surpassed and replaced by the 4 great sects. The trace of fear that had just risen in his heart vanished without a trace. The gazes of the sect leaders and elders of the other 3 great sects descended onto Duan Lingtian with interest. They could feel the tension in the atmosphere. "If you want to help me change my name, we'll have to see if you're qualified." Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as before, but the coldness in the depths of his eyes was almost uncontrollable, and could spill out at any time. "I'll soon let you know if I'm qualified or not." The mountain split sect disciple grinned complacently and didn't take Duan Lingtian's words seriously in the slightest. As for Duan Lingtian's current composure, it was noticed by him, and he only thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying himself. "I'll wait and see." Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and his body emitted battle intent that shot into the sky fight. Presently, the sect leaders of the 5 great sects had no intention of stopping the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the mountain split sect disciple. Today was the day of the martial competition of the 5 great sections. The content of the martial competition was for the disciples of the 5 great sects to spar with each other and compete with each other. In the end, the 3 people with the strongest strength would be determined and obtain the rewards given out by the 5 great sections. Haha. Good. The mountain split sect disciple glanced at the sect leader, and when he noticed the latter nodding to him in encouragement, his gaze once again descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he laughed loudly as his eyes emitted slight viciousness. Suddenly, a grade 7 spirit saber appeared out of thin air in the mountain split sect disciple's hand, and his origin energy raged and suffused out. Instantly, 768 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above the mountain split sect disciple's swoosh. The mountain split sect disciple's figure flashed out as if he'd transformed into a cheetah that pounced towards Duan Lingtian, and the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand seemed to have transformed into the bloody mouth of a cheetah that fiercely bit towards Duan Lingtian. The grade 7 spirit saber in the mountain split sect disciple's hand carried along the might to split mountains and split rocks. Everywhere it passed, wind slowly arose, and it seemed as if it wanted to directly slash Duan Lingtian into 2. When faced with the mountain split sect disciple that approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. In an instant, Duan Lingtian moved as well. Whirlwind. Instantly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale that moved to greet the mountain split sect disciple. Of course, he didn't execute wind force. This mountain split sect disciple didn't have the qualifications to make him utilize his greatest trump card, whoosh. At the same time that Duan Lingtian dashed out, 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air and dashed out along with him. 4th level of the nascent soul stage. At practically the instant that Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, a wave of surprised exclamations sounded out in the martial competition courtyard in unison. Bang! The hand of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Ling Hu Jinhong, trembled and the teacup in his hand was crushed by him, but he seemed as if he didn't notice in the slightest as he stared blankly at the scene before him. Duan Lingtian, 4th level of the nascent soul stage? How could this be possible? If he didn't see it with his own 2 eyes, it would be difficult for Ling Hu Jinhong to believe that all this was real. What's going on? When did Duan Lingtian break through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage? Earlier, before the battle between Duan Tian and the mountain split sect disciple, he'd already planned in his heart that if Duan Tian wasn't a match for Duan Tian, then once Duan Tian's life was in danger, he would make a move at the first possible moment to save Duan Tian. As far as he was concerned, Duan Tian was the future of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Failure was not tolerated. But the scene before him had completely exceeded his expectations. Duan Tian was actually a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. It was simply unbelievable. This little fellow really concealed himself deeply. Zheng Fan, who sat beside Linghu Jinhong, shook his head and laughed bitterly. Although he was slightly surprised, he wasn't really shocked. As far as he was concerned, no matter what miracle happened to Duan Tian, it wasn't surprising. Duan Tian himself was a miracle. This Duan Tian is only 22 years old, and his cultivation is at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Such natural talent completely surpasses the most outstanding 5 great young masters in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Ke Zhen was shocked as well. He was the peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Fecta Peak, and had heard of Duan Tian since long ago. Since the day Duan Tian killed the Fecta Peak disciple, Soaring, on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena, he'd known of Duan Tian's existence. Later on, Duan Tian's rise along the way caused him to be extremely shocked. Duan Tian's rise allowed him to see the dawn of the 7-star sword sect's future. At that time, he firmly believed that so long as Duan Tian was present, the 7-star sword sect would surely be able to continue to be brilliant in the future. Now Duan Tian had once again given him a great surprise. I originally thought that this little fellow was only at the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage now, but never had I imagined that he was at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Ke Zhen laughed bitterly, and at the same time that he laughed bitterly, he was slightly delighted. No, impossible. Impossible. At practically the exact same moment, in the nearby pergola, the pupils of Huang Ji and Meng Qiu constricted and their feelings surged, as they were unwilling to believe that everything before their eyes was real. Junior brother Duan Tian. Zhang Song's pupils constricted as well, and his heart was filled with excitement and joy. His heart that was in his throat finally eased up. He believed that with the ability Duan Tian revealed in the past, since he was already a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist now, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat another 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. 4th-level nascent soul stage. It wasn't only the group of people from the 7-star sword sect that were surprised. The people from the other 4 great sects, from the sect leaders and elders to the disciples, were all dumbstruck. His natural talent surpasses the 5 great young masters. The Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu, the only female disciple from the 5 great sects present, had an extremely complicated gaze as she looked at Duan Tian, a 22-year-old 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. In terms of natural talent, it was sufficient to easily crush the 5 great young masters. At this moment, even the saber young master Long Yun, who'd always sat there with his eyes closed and didn't make the slightest movement, opened his eyes. Within Long Yun's eyes, there seemed to be flames leaping about. Presently, his gaze just happened to descend onto Duan Tian. A 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist at such a young age? Interesting. Long Yun's brows raised as the corners of his mouth curled into a faint arc, and it was difficult to discern what he was feeling now. The reactions of everyone present were practically aroused at the instant Duan Tian attacked. Just when all the spectators were extremely shocked by the strength that Duan Tian displayed, a voice suddenly rang out. Duan Tian's opponent, the mountain split sect disciple, was dumbstruck as well. He's at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage as well? How could this be possible? Although he wasn't willing to believe it, when he saw Duan Tian charging towards him with a speed that wasn't inferior to his own, he didn't dare dally in the slightest, and the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand skyrocketed as it whistled down. This saber strike carried the might to split a mountain, desiring to slash Duan Tian into 2. Not holding back in the slightest. At this moment, even if he wanted to hold back, he was unable to. Duan Tian was a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist like him. And if he held back, then the one to lose would surely be him. The might of your saber isn't bad. But unfortunately, you haven't mastered this saber skill. An indifferent voice sounded out from Duan Lingtian's mouth, causing the mountain split sect disciple's face to go grim, and his eyes emitted an extremely ferocious sheen as the grade 6 spirit saber in his hand fiercely descended. Die! A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer, and he even couldn't be bothered to use a grade 6 spirit sword. So he casually withdrew a grade 7 spirit sword of inferior quality. Sword drawing arts. The sword flashed out like a bolt of lightning. In terms of speed, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was much swifter than the saber in the mountain split sect disciple's hand. The sword drawing art stressed upon extreme speed. Amongst the martial skills in the world, only speed was invincible. Duan Lingtian had always firmly believed this. Whoosh! A sword strike that was swift to the extreme moved to intercept the saber in the mountain split sect disciple's hand. At this moment, beside the 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, 168 ancient mammoth silhouettes had been added. Chapter 385. No one knew that all this was intentionally done by Duan Lingtian. He'd only used a grade 7 spirit sword of inferior quality that possessed an amplification similar to the grade 7 spirit saber in the possession of the mountain split sect disciple. He didn't want to take advantage of the mountain split sect disciple in terms of spirit weapons. He wanted to make the mountain split sect disciple accept his defeat wholeheartedly and completely deter him. After experiencing 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian knew very well. Killing a person was easy, but wanting to make a person completely afraid of you and not dare arouse any thoughts of going against you was extremely difficult. Now what Duan Lingtian wanted to do was the latter. He wanted to make this mountain split sect disciple completely afraid of him, and the mountain split sect disciple would be terrified when seeing him in the future. Whoosh! The saber strike that carried the might to split a mountain and the sword strike that was swift like a bolt of lightning directly collided with each other. Colliding head-on clang. An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding sounded out, accompanied by the collision of 2 vast origin energies. Instantly, the collision of origin energies affected the air, and circle after circle of ripples were formed in the air as they spread out. The dust that covered the ground swept out and suffused into the air. At this moment, besides the few people from the 7-star sword sect, everyone from the other 4 great sects, including the sect leaders and elders, couldn't help but hold their breaths. They wanted to know who would win in the end when the 2 of them collided head-on. In their hearts, they were more biased towards the mountain split sect disciple. After all, the martial skills cultivated by the mountain split sect disciples were usually biased towards strength. In terms of brute force, the mountain split sect disciples were second to none amongst the disciples of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Supposedly, the mountain split sect's founding ancestor was in existence at the 3rd void stage, the void interpretation stage, that possessed monstrous strength 1,000 years ago. Relying on his supreme martial strength, he slashed a vast and continuous mountain range into 2 with a single strike of his saber. The gorge that was forcefully torn open was precisely the current location of the mountain split sect. That place was originally a spirit cave that was buried by the vast mountain range, and it was discovered by the mountain split sect's founding ancestor and excavated from there. It was precisely because of this that the sect passed down by that void interpretation stage expert was called the mountain split sect. Clang! The ear-piercing sound seemed to still reverberate by the ears of everyone in the martial competition courtyard. Die, brat! The mountain split sect disciple suddenly shouted, the veins on his forehead bulging, and the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand skyrocketed, intending to crush the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. You want me to die? Ask yourself if you have the ability to do so. Facing the raging mountain split sect disciple, Duan Lingtian's face was calm, as if he didn't care at all. He was incomparably calm. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned slightly cold as the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Not good. The evil smile that appeared at the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth was coincidentally seen by the mountain split sect disciple. Although he did not know why Duan Lingtian would smile like that at this moment, he subconsciously knew that he should take the initiative to back off. But if he were to retreat like this, then wouldn't others think that he was inferior to this 7-star sword sect disciple? Just as the mountain split sect disciples were at a loss as to what to do, tremor force. The origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand abruptly trembled, and the frequency grew faster and faster. The terrifying tremor force gushed out from the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and gushed into the grade 7 spirit saber in the mountain split sect disciple's hand without holding back in the slightest, and it surged forward menacingly. Instantly, the mountain split sect disciple's face went gloomy. He could clearly feel the tremor force that came from the sword in the hand of the 7-star sword sect disciple before him. This tremor force caused the web between his thumb and index finger to go numb, and even his internal organs and entire body seemed to tremble along with it. "Let go!" Suddenly, Duan Lingtian shouted out explosively. Right at this moment, the mountain split sect disciple that had his web between his thumb and index finger split open and dripped with fresh blood released the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand in a timely manner. At the instant he let go of the grade 7 spirit saber, he could feel the trembling of his body stop. At this moment, he had the pleasure of putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot. But before he could carefully savor this pleasure, he felt a strong wind come head-on, and it carried along the shocking might of lightning. "No!" The mountain split sect disciple only had time to shout out explosively. After Duan Lingtian used the tremor energy to make the mountain split sect disciple let go of the grade 7 spirit saber, the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand abruptly trembled and flashed directly towards the mountain split sect disciple. "Spare his life." Right at this moment, the voice transmission of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Ling Hu Jin Hong, sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. At this moment, besides the few people from the 7-star sword sect, there was probably no one that was clear-headed. The others were all dumbstruck from Duan Lingtian's shout of "let go" earlier. In the eyes of these people, along with the 7-star sword sect disciple's shout, the mountain split sect disciple actually really let go of the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand. To them, this scene was so bizarre and inconceivable. It was difficult for them to imagine what had happened earlier. Devil! This thought abruptly emerged in the hearts of many disciples of the 5 great sects, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with fear. Shouting out "let go" in shock is able to make his opponent abandon his weapon? What ability is this? It's too strange. Of course, there were also many attentive people that noticed the mountain split sect disciple's palm that was split open and dripping with blood. Whoosh! An ear-piercing howl of the wind seemed to be especially clear in the silent martial competition courtyard. Slap! At the critical moment, the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand turned from the blade to the body of the sword, and fiercely slapped onto the mountain split sect disciple's body. The mountain split sect disciple was struck by this enormous force, and at the same time that his internal organs trembled, he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before fiercely falling to the ground in the end. Right at this moment, whirlwind! Duan Lingtian moved. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale, and when the mountain split sect disciple's body descended, he arrived at the place the disciple fell to before him. Whoosh! When he saw the mountain split sect disciple descending, Duan Lingtian swept out with his leg, right at the intersection of the mountain split sect disciple's calf and thigh. Crack! Ah! The clear sound of bones breaking and a miserable shrill cry sounded out at practically the exact same time, and it was incomparably ear-piercing, causing everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Bang! Finally, the mountain split sect disciple emitted shrill cries as he fell to the ground, and he just happened to kneel before Duan Lingtian. His features were warped and hideous, and he was in extreme pain. Presumptuous! Finally, the mountain split sect's leader recovered from his shock, and his face went ghastly pale as he abruptly stood up, desiring to flash towards Duan Lingtian. At practically the exact same moment, sect leader Tang Ling Hu Jin Hong glanced indifferently at the mountain split sect's leader. "I presume you've clearly heard what your mountain split sect disciple said to Duan Lingtian before their battle. Let the juniors deal with the matters of the juniors themselves. How about it?" The mountain split sect's leader was dumbstruck. Only now did he recall that before his mountain split sect disciple fought this abnormal 7-star sword sect disciple, his mountain split sect disciple seemed to have wantonly humiliated the 7-star sword sect disciple. Moreover, he even threatened to change the seven-star sword sect disciple's name to Ling Neil. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he could only suppress the flames of rage in his heart and sit back down. But the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian still contained traces of frightening cold lights mixed within. Such a monstrous genius disciple had actually appeared in the seven-star sword sect. A fourth-level nascent soul stage martial artist at the mere age of 22. Such natural talent was simply even more monstrous than the most outstanding 5 great young masters in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even the head of the 5 great young masters, the person with the most monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao in the last 100 years of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, seemed to be far inferior to this 7-star sword sect disciple. As he looked at this 7-star sword sect disciple, he felt envy and jealousy in his heart. Why is my mountain split sect unable to take such a monstrous disciple? What do you think now? Duan Lingtian looked down at the mountain split sect disciple that knelt before him, and his gaze was terrifyingly calm. You're kneeling on the ground now, kneeling before me. Do you still think I'm unworthy of the name Duan Lingtian? Do you still think you have the qualifications to help me change my name? Do you still think you have the qualifications to help me change my name? When Duan Lingtian's words entered into the ears of everyone in the martial competition courtyard, it caused them to sigh with emotion. Obviously, Duan Lingtian's rage came precisely from what the mountain split sect disciple said earlier. The mountain split sect disciple was already trying his best to endure the pain of having his bones broken, and he grit his teeth tightly as his body shivered now. When he heard what Duan Lingtian said, he recalled what he'd done earlier and felt ashamed in his heart. For a time he felt his vital energy and blood surge up, and it was difficult to restrain. Boo! In the end, the mountain split sect disciple's chest rose and fell like a bellows for a while. Then his face flushed red as he spat out a mouthful of blood before forcefully falling down and fainting. Duan Lingtian frowned, as he never imagined that the mountain split sect disciple would be so useless. Although returning to the pergola only required a few steps, Duan Lingtian was able to feel numerous gazes that were like rain descending onto him in this few steps. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, I truly never imagined that you've already broken through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage and have already caught up to me. Zhang Song invited Duan Lingtian to sit by his side and laughed excitedly. But the depths of his gaze contained slight dimness mixed within. He was 7 years older than Duan Lingtian, yet his cultivation was only comparable to the current Duan Lingtian, and it caused him to feel ashamed from the bottom of his heart. But in next to no time, he came to an understanding. This junior brother of his, Duan Lingtian, was simply a freak, and if anyone were to compare him with Duan Lingtian, then that person was simply looking for trouble. Huang Ji's expression was as unsightly could be. Earlier he'd blindly mocked Duan Lingtian and made Duan Lingtian battle the mountain split sect disciple precisely because he wanted the mountain split sect disciple to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. This Duan Lingtian has actually broken through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. However, Huang Ji never imagined that Duan Lingtian, who should only be at the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage in his eyes, would actually conceal his strength so deeply, and his cultivation had already stepped into the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Meng Qiu sat by Huang Ji's side, and his face flickered between a livid and ashen expression. He knew that from today onwards, he could be considered to have completely walked onto the opposite side of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. Huang Ji mocking Duan Lingtian was Huang Ji's own business. Why should he join in the fun? Chapter 386. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who'd returned to the pergola, became the center of attention as expected. A 22-year-old 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, besides the 3 higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect, the sect leaders and elders of the other 4 great sects looked at Duan Lingtian with extremely complicated gazes. In the past, they'd noticed the powerlessness of the 7-star sword sect's younger generation. They originally thought that the 7-star sword sect would fall from grace. But unexpectedly, such a monster had actually appeared in the 7-star sword sect. This 7-star sword sect disciple has stepped into the 4th level of the nascent soul stage at the mere age of 22? Simply abnormal. Such natural talent surpasses any one of the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Exactly, even if it's the leader of the 5 great young masters, in terms of natural talent, he's far inferior to this 7-star sword sect disciple. Duan Lingtian. Just like his name, he possesses the potential to soar above the heavens. That mountain split sect disciple didn't have eyes and offended him. Not only did he have his legs broken, he was angered to the point he fainted. The disciples of the various sects recovered from their shock and were all astounded. The scene before them had completely exceeded their expectations. If they didn't see it with their own 2 eyes, they wouldn't dare believe that all this was true. A martial artist with such monstrous natural talent had actually appeared in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there seems to have never been an existence that stepped into the 4th level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 22. The Snow Moon sect's female disciple Lu Yu sighed. She felt that her natural talent in the martial Tao was extremely high, and was only inferior to the 5 great young masters in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the past, only the 5 great young masters were able to make her accept them. But today, after witnessing the strength revealed by this 7-star sword sect disciple at such an age with her own 2 eyes, she realized that there was actually an existence that had natural talent in the martial Tao that surpassed the 5 great young masters, hidden within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Such a monstrous disciple has actually appeared in the 7-star sword sect? The eyes of the saber young master, Long Yun, jumped with burning flames as he sized up Duan Lingtian with interest, and he wished for nothing more than to directly charge out and spar with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, right? I Long Yun will remember you. Now, it wasn't just Long Yun who remembered the name, Duan Lingtian. The people present might never forget this name for the rest of their lives. A 22-year-old 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Such an achievement meant that this person was destined to be extraordinary. Sitting in the pavilion, Duan Lingtian was unmoved by all the gazes that were directed at him. His face was calm and collected. Such composure caused many people present to secretly praise him. This Duan Lingtian is not only talented in the martial Tao, but also has an extremely tenacious temperament. He's neither arrogant nor rash, neither servile nor overbearing, which is extremely rare. Sect leader Linghu, congratulations on having such a monstrous disciple in your sect. As the host, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader was the first to recover from his shock, and he congratulated the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jin Hong. The words of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's sect leader were like a fuse that lit up the atmosphere of the scene. The sect leaders of the other 3 great sects congratulated Linghu Jin Hong as well. Congratulations, sect leader Linghu. The 7-star sword sect has a successor. Everyone, you're too kind. Linghu Jin Hong lightly smiled as he nodded, and he had the demeanor of a great leader and was extremely appropriate. Zheng Fan and Ku Zhan, the 2 peak masters of the 7-star sword sect, sat by Linghu Jin Hong's side, and now they felt extremely honored. It wasn't the first time they'd followed the sect leader to observe the martial competition of the 5 great sections, but it was still the first time they could hold their heads high like this. For a moment, their gazes seemed as if they'd discussed it beforehand as they descended onto Duan Lingtian, and their faces were covered in brilliant smiles. They knew clearly in their hearts. It was all thanks to Duan Lingtian that they were able to enjoy everything they had now. Of course, there were also some people that had extremely unsightly expressions. Huang Ji, who sat in the same pavilion as Duan Lingtian, clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes emitted boundless resentment, as far as he was concerned. It was Duan Lingtian who'd seized the thing that should have belonged to him. Presently, Duan Lingtian even had the possibility of becoming the future sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. He was unwilling. He was the true personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect's leader, an existence that was going to become the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. No one can seize my position of sect leader. Duan Lingtian, you're no exception. Huang Ji's gloomy gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it seemed as if it was waiting to swallow him up. The martial competition of the 5 great sects continue. When he saw the unconscious mountain split sect disciple being carried back to the pavilion by his companions, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, the host, abruptly spoke out. Even though his voice wasn't loud, it entered into the ears of everyone present. Besides the same rewards as before, the rewards for the top 3 in the martial competition this time, I'll personally take out a dark nascent pill as the reward for the first in the martial competition this time. Profound nascent pill. As soon as the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader finished speaking, as expected, waves of gasping sounded out within the martial competition courtyard. Profound nascent pill. Grade 6 medicinal pill. It was also known as the most difficult grade 6 medicinal pill to refine. Even though the profound nascent pill was only a grade 6 medicinal pill, practically no grade 6 alchemist was able to refine it. At least in the history of Cloud Continent, there had never been a grade 6 alchemist that was able to successfully refine the profound nascent pill. Even if a grade 5 alchemist were to refine the profound nascent pill, the success rate would be pitifully low. Not even 1%. The preciousness of the profound nascent pill could be imagined. Of course, the reason the profound nascent pill was precious wasn't only because of this. The most precious thing about the profound nascent pill was its medicinal strength. Supposedly, the natural talent of a person that consumed the profound nascent pill would increase greatly in the next half a year. During the period the medicinal strength existed, the advancement of one's cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. Cultivating for half a year was comparable to cultivating normally for a year. Profound nascent pill. At this moment, besides Duan Lingtian, who had a calm expression and seemed as if he utterly didn't hear what the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader said, the gazes of the remaining people, including the saber young master, lit up. A profound nascent pill was sufficient to allow them to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Consuming the profound nascent pill to cultivate for half a year was comparable to a year of cultivation in the past. The profound nascent pill was extremely tempting to them. Profound nascent pill? Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as flowing lights revolved within his eyes. If I didn't consume the 10,000-year stalactite milk, then perhaps this profound nascent pill would be useful to me. Now, even if I was given 100 profound nascent pills, it would be of no use in the slightest. Because my current natural talent has already reached the limit of a martial artist's natural talent in Cloud Continent. As someone that had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian naturally knew what the profound nascent pill was. The profound nascent pill was a grade 6 medicinal pill that had a huge difference between effort and return. It was impossible for a grade 6 alchemist to refine it successfully. Even if a grade 5 alchemist refined it, the success rate wouldn't exceed 1%. Even the Samsara Emperor Wu of all those years ago was only barely confident in being able to refine the profound nascent pill with 100% success rate after he became a royal grade alchemist. The refinement of the profound nascent pill was related to the grade of the pill fire. The higher the grade of the pill fire, the higher the success rate of the refinement of the profound nascent pill. Through the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian found out that those high-grade alchemists wouldn't spend a large amount of time, energy, and materials to refine the profound nascent pill that was known as one of the medicinal pills with the lowest success rate in Cloud Continent. Only because refining the profound nascent pill was completely strenuous and thankless. The materials to refine the profound nascent pill once would cost 100,000 gold. 100 times would be 10 million gold. Even if a grade 5 alchemist were to spend 10 million gold in materials, he might not be able to refine the profound nascent pill. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that the success rate of the profound nascent pill was so low that it had already reached a shocking level. During the second lifetime of Emperor Wu of Samsara, he'd once seen a stubborn grade 5 alchemist go mad for the sake of refining a profound nascent pill. It wasn't because of anything else, it was only because that grade 5 alchemist had spent 100 million gold in materials, but still wasn't able to refine even a single profound nascent pill. The profound nascent pill, in terms of its foundation, was a type of medicinal pill that had a heaven and earth difference in return. At the very least, Duan Lingtian wasn't the slightest bit interested in refining the profound nascent pill. Perhaps only those alchemists that really don't lack money and have sufficient patience would refine the profound nascent pill. The medicinal strength of the profound nascent pill is indeed shocking. A person that consumes a profound nascent pill doesn't feel anything, but to an alchemist, it's a type of torment and torture. Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of this point. Of course, there's also an exception. Perhaps there's an extremely small number of grade 5 alchemists that have an outburst of luck and only need one try to refine the profound nascent pill. Right when this thought arose within Duan Lingtian's heart, this profound nascent pill in my hand was inadvertently refined by a grade 5 alchemist friend of mine by relying on luck, and he only consumed a single portion of materials. The words of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. There's really an alchemist that has an outburst of luck? Duan Lingtian was stunned. After all, even though the success rate of a grade 5 alchemist when refining a profound nascent pill was set at 1%. But if an outburst of luck occurred, then the grade 5 alchemist still had the chance to refine it in one go. If one was unlucky, then even if one refined it 1,000 times, one might not be able to refine a single profound nascent pill. That friend of the demonic Lotus Blade sect undoubtedly belonged to the former. An outburst of luck. So that's how it is. I was wondering why someone would refine a profound nascent pill. Sect Leader Long, the luck of that friend of yours is really heaven-defying. Sect Leader Long, the reason you took out this profound nascent pill as the reward for the first in the martial competition is probably because you intend to bestow it to your demonic Lotus Blade sect's saber young master, your foster son Long Yun, right? Besides Ling Hu Jin Hong, the sect leaders of the other three great sects looked at the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader as they spoke successively. Chapter 387. When the Snow Moon sect's leader heard the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, he only smiled lightly and didn't say anything. He knew his own limitations. Even though the strength of his personal disciple, Lu Yu, wasn't bad, but compared to the foster son of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Saber Young Master, there was still a gap. I was wondering, how could the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader be so kind to actually be willing to take out the profound nascent pill as the reward for the first in the martial competition? So it turns out that he only wanted to bestow it to his foster son, Saber Young Master, Long Yun. Zheng Song, who sat by Duan Lingtian's side, frowned and grunted in a low voice. Presently, it wasn't only Zheng Song who had this thought. Most of the people present had similar thoughts as well. How precious was the profound nascent pill? Duan Lingtian didn't care, but it didn't mean that the others didn't. Duan Lingtian possessed natural talent in the martial Dao that could be called the limit of martial artists in Cloud Continent. Yet the others didn't. To them, if they were able to obtain the profound nascent pill, then they would be able to save half a year of time in their future cultivation. Even though it was only half a year, it was sufficient to pull open the gap between them and many people of the same generation and make them stand out amongst others. What? Senior brother Zheng Song, you're interested in the profound nascent pill? Duan Lingtian smiled as he asked. Of course I'm interested. Zheng Song hurriedly nodded as his eyes emitted a burning sheen. That profound nascent pill is a medicinal pill that's able to help a martial artist swiftly increase their cultivation. If I'm able to consume the profound nascent pill, then perhaps I only need half a year to successfully break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian nodded as an imperceptible bright light suffused his eyes. This was something that Zheng Song didn't notice. But even if he noticed it, he wouldn't be able to discern what Duan Lingtian was thinking about. In next to no time, the host, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, announced that the martial competition would continue. Instantly, the disciples of the various sects ascended the arena one by one and challenged the disciples of the other sects. Spars after spar like a raging fire. Whoosh! Within the perk that Duan Lingtian was at, Huang Ji's figure flashed out. He fought a battle with a 5th-level Origin Convergence sect disciple. The battle between the two was extremely intense. In terms of speed, Huang Ji was on par with him. In terms of strength, the two of them were about the same. In the end, Huang Ji relied on another superb sword skill to condense 7 sword lights that seemed to have transformed into 7 shooting stars that whistled out like bolts of lightning, and defeated his opponent in one go. Clean and tidy. This Huang Ji has practiced 2 sets of sword skills? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Huang Ji's 2 sets of sword skills had clearly been cultivated to perfection. Especially the sword skill he used to defeat his opponent in one move, it could be said to be superb. Duan Lingtian estimated that if his sword drawing technique encountered this sword technique, he might not have the upper hand in terms of speed. This set of sword skills completely overpowers over 99% of the mystic class high-tier sword skills. Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Huang Ji. This Huang Ji was petty, but it had to be said that he did have some ability. At the very least, until now, he had never seen anyone stronger than Huang Ji who had taken the stage. At this moment, 7-star sword formula. Waves of exclamations sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. 7-star sword formula? Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted when he heard these exclamations of exclamations. He'd heard of this sword skill. It was the 7-star sword sect guarding sword skill, of course. It was impossible for the 7-star sword sect guarding sword skill to only be a high-grade profound rank sword skill. The 7-star sword sect guarding sword skill was a high-grade earth rank sword skill. I've long heard that the 7-star sword sect guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique, is the one and only high-grade earth rank sword skill in the 7-star sword sect. Moreover, this 7-star sword technique has another basic sword technique called the minor 7-star sword technique. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. This Huang Ji is probably cultivating the minor 7-star sword technique. The minor 7-star sword technique originated from the 7-star sword sect guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique, so it was naturally extraordinary. Supposedly, once a person that had cultivated the minor 7-star sword technique to perfection and broke through to the void prying stage, the person would be able to comprehend elementary sword force in a short period of time. At that time, the high-grade earth rank martial skill, the 7-star sword technique, would step into the initial stage. Sect leader Linghu. This minor 7-star sword technique is the basic section of your 7-star sword sect guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique. According to my knowledge, the 7-star sword sect has a rule that the 7-star sword technique is only passed down to the successor of the 7-star sword sect leader, right? The demonic lotus blade sect leader looked at the 7-star sword sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, and asked with a light smile. Exactly. Linghu Jinhong nodded. He was rather happy in his heart when he saw his personal disciple bringing honor to the 7-star sword sect. In this way, sect leader Linghu, you intend to let your disciple take over your position and become the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect? The Origin Convergence sect leader looked at Linghu Jinhong with a spurious smile. Meanwhile, Huang Ji's face revealed slight complacency when he heard what the Origin Convergence sect leader said. Right. His master passed down the minor 7-star sword technique to him, undoubtedly with the intention of passing down the sect guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique to him. After all, the minor 7-star sword technique he was cultivating now was the basic section of the 7-star sword technique. For a time, Huang Ji looked at Duan Lingtian with a complacent expression, and it was as if he was saying to Duan Lingtian, "Kid, look clearly, I'm the future sect leader of the 7-star sword sect." But he quickly noticed that from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had only glanced at him indifferently, and he didn't have the interest to spare him another glance. This caused Huang Ji's expression to become even gloomier. This Duan Lingtian, damn it. Right at this moment, the mountain split sect leader laughed heartily and said, "Sect leader Linghu, looks like you don't plan to pass down the position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect to Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's natural talent, could it be that he doesn't have the qualifications to become the next sect leader of your 7-star sword sect?" Sect leader Linghu, originally, it wasn't good for an outsider like me to interfere in the matters of your 7-star sword sect. But now you're truly too unfair. As far as I'm concerned, with Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it wouldn't even take a year for him to surpass this personal disciple of yours. As the Snow Moon sect leader spoke up to hear, he withdrew his gaze from Linghu Jinhong and descended onto Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian is a disciple of my Snow Moon sect, then I'm willing to immediately establish him as the next successor to the position of sect leader of our Snow Moon sect, and pass down the Snow Moon sect guarding sword skill, Snow Moon sword technique, to him and foster him without holding back. The words of the Snow Moon sect leader were like a fuse that lit up the atmosphere of the scene. Duan Lingtian, if you feel that staying in the 7-star sword sect is meaningless in the future, then my Origin Convergence sect welcomes you as well. I'm similarly willing to establish you as the next sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect, and pass down my Origin Convergence sect guarding martial skill, Origin Convergence Palm, to you. The Origin Convergence sect's leader wasn't willing to fall behind, and he looked at Duanling Tian as he threw out an olive branch. Duanling Tian, our Mountain Split sect is the same as well, will absolutely not allow you to suffer a loss. The Mountain Split sect's leader made a promise as well. The promise of the Mountain Split sect's leader just happened to be heard by the Mountain Split sect disciple that was angered to the point of fainting by Duanling Tian and had just woken up for a time. The face of this Mountain Split sect disciple went grim, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting once more. This caused the other 3 Mountain Split sect disciples to be speechless. Haha. The Demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader laughed heartily. Since the 3 sect leaders have made their stand clear, then as the host, I naturally have to make my stand clear as well. As he spoke, the Demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader looked at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, if you're willing to join my Demonic Lotus Blade sect, then I can provide you with the best cultivation environment. Not only that, you can frequently spar with my foster son Long Yun to improve. I can make a promise that so long as you're able to surpass my foster son Long Yun, then I'll let you become the next successor to the sect leader of the Demonic Lotus Blade sect. The 4 sect leaders had poached a disciple of the 7-star sword sect together. They intended to poach the peerless genius Duanling Tian into their own sect. This scene caused the disciples of the various sects to be stunned. Over at the 7-star sword sect's side, junior brother Duanling Tian, Zheng Song looked at Duanling Tian with a perturbed expression. He was really worried that Duanling Tian would be unable to resist the temptation of the 4 great sects and turn to join one of the 4 great sections. Huang Ji's expression was extremely unsightly. He suddenly felt that he was like a clown before Duanling Tian now, especially the Snow Moon sect's leader. He actually trampled on his dignity and flattered Duanling Tian, and it angered him to the point his chest felt as if it was about to explode. Duanling Tian. At this moment, Huang Ji's hatred towards Duanling Tian had practically reached a point where it was difficult to restrain. Meng Qiu had a bitter smile on his face. He realized that the worst decision he'd made in his lifetime was to go against Duanling Tian, and to go against Duanling Tian. He took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. If Duanling Tian didn't turn to one of the other 4 great sects, then after the martial competition this time, he would surely ask Duanling Tian for punishment and ask Duanling Tian to forgive his previous actions. The 2 peak masters of the 7-star sword sect present, Zhang Fan and Ku Zhan, had extremely unsightly expressions as well. These 4 great sects are really shameless. They actually poached a disciple of the 7-star sword sect right in front of them, and the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Do they really think they don't exist? Finally, the 7-star sword sect's leader, Ling Hu Jin Hong, made his stance clear. For sect leaders, since all of you know that the 7-star sword technique is the sect guarding sword skill of our 7-star sword sect, and it's only passed down to the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, then all of you ought to know that the minor 7-star sword technique can't represent the 7-star sword technique. As for the position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, I have a plan in my heart since long ago. So long as Duanling Tian is willing, I can abdicate my position and allow him to become the new sect leader of my 7-star sword sect. I'm willing to stand behind him and assist him. Ling Hu Jinhong spoke slowly. These words were spoken with incomparable sincerity, without the slightest hypocrisy. As for the 7-star sword technique, I'll personally pass it down to him after we return to the 7-star sword sect after the martial competition ends. Ling Hu Jinhong looked at Duanling Tian as he continued. Ling Hu Jinhong's stance caused the other 4 great sects' sect leaders to be stunned. They never imagined that Ling Hu Jinhong would actually have such courage. Chapter 388. Sect Leader Ling Hu. In the past, although my strength has always been inferior to you, I've never submitted to you. But today, I'm convinced that you're able to make such a decision. The Mountain Split sect's leader had a serious expression as he cupped his hands and spoke to Ling Hu Jinhong. I finally understand now why the 7-star sword sect has always been able to firmly suppress our 4 great sects. It's the courage of the 7-star sword sect's leader. At least, the 4 of us are far from being as courageous as sect leader Linghu. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader shook his head and lightly sighed. The Snow Moon sect's leader and Origin Convergence sect's leader nodded in deep agreement. Linghu Jinhong's courage caused them to be wholeheartedly convinced. They asked themselves, even if Duan Lingtian was really willing to join their sect, they didn't have the courage to directly give up their position like Linghu Jinhong Wuxia. Within the martial competition courtyard, the disciples of the other 4 great sects recovered from their shock and were astounded. They were shocked by Linghu Jinhong's courage as well, as expected of the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. For the sake of the 7-star sword sect's future, he doesn't care about personal gains and losses in the slightest. Yeah, with a sect leader like this, why should the 7-star sword sect worry about being unable to continue being glorious? The words of the disciples of the other 4 great sects were filled with admiration towards Linghu Jinhong. Meng Qiu recovered from his shock and couldn't help but shudder. Sect leader. He's actually willing to give up his position and pass down the position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect to Duan Lingtian? After taking a deep breath, Meng Qiu didn't hesitate any longer and directly sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can forgive my various actions towards you earlier. I'll absolutely not go against you in the future. If you become the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, I'll surely wholeheartedly assist you. Meng Qiu, the personal disciple of the Fecta Peak's master. With Meng Qiu's natural talent, if nothing unexpected happened, becoming the next master of Fecta Peak was practically a certainty. Meng Qiu's voice transmission caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly surprised. When he thought of how Meng Qiu didn't have any deep enmity with him, and he only added fuel to the fire earlier, he nodded to Meng Qiu with a calm expression. Meng Qiu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. He knew that he had escaped a calamity. Huang Ji, who had just returned to the pavilion, was slightly stiff. The words of his master, the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Linghu Jinhong, still reverberated within his mind. For sect leaders, since all of you know that the 7-star sword technique is our 7-star sword sect's sect guarding sword skill, and it's only passed down to the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, then all of you ought to know that the minor 7-star sword technique doesn't represent the 7-star sword technique. As for the position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, I have a plan in my heart since long ago. So long as Duan Lingtian is willing, I can abdicate my position and allow him to become the new sect leader of my 7-star sword sect. I am willing to stand behind him and assist him. Huang Ji's expression was terrifyingly dark. No, I can't accept this. Huang Ji sat at the side of the pavilion and lowered his head. His expression had subtly turned ferocious, and his eyes shone with jealousy and viciousness. You want me to worship Duan Lingtian as sect master? I would rather die than submit to him. Huang Ji endlessly roared in his heart. As for the person involved, Duan Lingtian, his mood was slightly agitated because of what the 7-star sword sect's sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, said. Although he had no intention of becoming the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, but Linghu Jinhong's attitude still caused traces of warmth to arise from the bottom of his heart. This was a type of trust, a trust that could be entrusted with everything. After this disturbance, the martial competition of the 5 great sects continued. The disciples of the various sects entered the arena one by one to spar. Along with the red glow that filled the sky and the veil of night gradually descending, the martial competition of the 5 great sects gradually approached the end. Presently, besides the Snow Moon sect's female disciple, Lu Yu, and the demonic Lotus Blade sect's saber young master, practically all the disciples present had entered the arena without exception. Only Lu Yu and Long Yun hadn't entered the arena, and no one challenged them. The 2 of them were the people with the highest cultivation in the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time. Both of them were existences at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. The strongest amongst the others was only at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage and was far from being a match for them. Duan Lingtian, a 5th level nascent soul stage disciple of the Mountain Split sect, called out to challenge Duan Lingtian. For a time booing sounds rose and fell without end. This caused the mountain split sect disciple's face to go slightly red, but he had no choice but to brace himself. Only because this was the order that his master, the mountain split sect's leader, gave him via voice transmission. Using a cultivation at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage to challenge a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist was indeed slightly bullying. Presently, amongst the people present, only the few people from the 7-star sword sect had eyes that emitted a slight sheen of hope. When he was in the 7-star sword sect, Duan Lingtian had repeatedly revealed his ability to defeat the strong with the weak, and he'd even once killed a 1st-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Perhaps Duan Lingtian might be able to defeat this mountain split sect disciple. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse being challenged by the mountain split sect disciple, and his feet moved to flash into the arena to stand in confrontation with the mountain split sect disciple. Duan Lingtian, be careful. The mountain split sect disciple didn't waste any time, and with a raise of his hand, a rod appeared in his hand. It was unknown what material it was made from, and flowing lights revolved around the rod. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had seen this mountain split sect disciple attack. He knew that the rod in the mountain split sect disciple's hand was a grade 7 spirit weapon. Relying on this grade 7 spirit weapon rod, he'd successively defeated a few 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artists, and he'd only lost to a 5th-level nascent soul stage disciple from the demonic Lotus Blade sect and his 7-star sword sect's Huang Ji. The strength of this mountain split sect disciple could be considered to be the strongest amongst the 4 mountain split sect disciples that were participating in the martial competition this time. Every time the grade 7 spirit rod in his hand smashed out, it seemed as if it had grown eyes, and it was impossible to guard against. Suddenly, whoosh! The mountain split sect disciple moved, and he stepped on flowing lights that were carried out by origin energy as he flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky, 700 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Whoosh! Origin energy abruptly skyrocketed on the grade 7 spirit rod in his hand, and it smashed down towards Duan Lingtian in a wide-open manner, as if it carried the might of 1,000 kilograms, and it was sufficient to smash everything. In the sky, beside the 700 ancient mammoth silhouettes, another 198 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The strength contained within this strike was comparable to the strength of 898 ancient mammoths. Instantly, the airflow in the air was affected and emitted buzzing sounds. The sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously. Bring it on! When he saw the mountain split sect disciple being so ferocious and directly going berserk as soon as he attacked, and a true strike of the rod smashed over, Duan Lingtian felt the blood in his entire body boil. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, a narrow sword appeared in his hand. When facing a 5th-level nascent soul stage opponent, Duan Lingtian didn't dare be careless. He directly withdrew the best spirit sword in his hand. In the next moment Duan Lingtian moved. Whirlwind! Instantly, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale as he fearlessly moved to meet the attack. As far as others were concerned, Duan Lingtian seemed to be courting death. As Duan Lingtian dashed out, 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him. 4th level of the nascent soul stage. This was also Duan Lingtian's true cultivation. At that time, with the assistance of the 3 nascent break pills, he only spent 2 months of time to break through to the 1st level of the nascent soul stage. Later on, relying on his natural talent that had reached the limit and a nascent nurturing pill with a purity of over 90%, he spent another 3 months of time to successfully step into the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Subsequently, he spent another 4 months of time to successfully step into the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. It was precisely at this time that he'd fallen into a bottleneck in his cultivation, and started to shift his attention onto the high-grade Earth rank movement technique, Whirlwind, that came with the 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind WRM form. Subsequently, he obtained the Jade Origin fruit bestowed to him by the sect leader, Linghu Jin Hong. With the assistance of the Jade Origin fruit, he finally broke through the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, and broke through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage in one go. Presently, when his entire strength exploded out, It was comparable to the strength of 611 ancient mammoths. In other words, when he attacked now, he still held back. He retained the strength of 611 ancient mammoths. He didn't do this because he looked down on this mountain split sect disciple, but because he felt there was utterly no need. Whoosh! Along with the origin energy flashing out of the narrow sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, another 228 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air beside the 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian. In other words, presently, the strength Duan Lingtian exerted by relying on the narrow sword in his hand was comparable to the strength of 828 ancient mammoths. Grade 6 Spirit Sword. Practically at the instant Duan Lingtian utilized the narrow sword, the pupils of everyone present couldn't help but constrict. Never had they imagined that Duan Lingtian, a mere 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, would actually possess a grade 6 spirit sword. With a quick thought, they came to an understanding. With Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it was sufficient for the 7-star sword sect to bestow a grade 6 spirit sword to him. Presently, only the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, and the 2 peak masters by his side were clear that the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand wasn't bestowed by the 7-star sword sect. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian didn't utilize the sword drawing arts. He held the grade 6 spirit sword tightly in his hand, and it was more like he was swinging a rod before fiercely smashing it towards the grade 7 spirit rod that smashed down at the mountain split sect disciple. This scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck. This Duan Lingtian is actually not using a sword skill? He's smashing the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand like a rod? Instantly, only similar thoughts remained in the hearts of most people. They felt their scalps go numb when they saw the scene before them. Has this Duan Lingtian gone mad? Even if the narrow sword in his hand was a grade 6 spirit sword, his own cultivation was far inferior to the mountain split sect disciple. The strongest strength he exerted by relying on the grade 6 spirit sword was only comparable to the strength of 828 ancient mammoths, whereas the strength of the grade 7 spirit rod in the hand of the mountain split sect disciple was instead comparable to the strength of 898 ancient mammoths. Chapter 389. At this moment, besides the few members of the 7-star sword sect, the members of the other 4 great sects, including the sect leaders and elders, felt that there was no suspense in this battle. The difference of the strength of 70 ancient mammoths was sufficient to cause Duan Lingtian to suffer a crushing defeat. A difference of the strength of 70 ancient mammoths? Whereas the few members of the 7-star sword sect had brilliant smiles on their faces instead, according to their knowledge. 1 year ago, when Duan Lingtian killed the 1st-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shirgu, on the life and death arena on the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak. The strength Lu Shirgu exerted with his full strength was even stronger than Duan Lingtian by the strength of 90 ancient mammoths. But even then, Lu Shirgu was still killed by Duan Lingtian. There's no suspense. Zhang Song's heart that was in his throat eased up, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. At that time when Duan Lingtian killed Lu Shirgu, he was watching the battle from the side, and amongst the 7-star sword sect members present now, no one was clearer than him about the situation at that time. Duan Lingtian's method of defeating someone stronger, as the weak was even able to surmount a difference of the strength of 90 ancient mammoths. Could it be that he would still be afraid of a difference of the strength of a mere 70 ancient mammoths? Satisfying. When he swung the grade 6 spirit sword and fiercely smashed it out, Duan Lingtian felt the surging hot blood and battle intent in his body had a place to vent, and he spat out a mouthful of foul air before abruptly shouting out explosively, "OM!" The grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand directly used the body of the sword to fiercely smash towards the rod that the mountain split sect disciples smashed down. Whoosh! The grade 7 spirit rod in the mountain split sect disciple's hand smashed down, and it seemed to carry the force of 1,000 caddies. But when he saw Duan Lingtian explosively shout out and greet him as if he'd been injected with chicken blood, for some unknown reason, a trace of coldness actually arose within his heart for no reason or rhyme. But he already had no other choice now. and could only go head-on against Duan Lingtian. It's fine, it's surely fine. My strength is stronger than him by the strength of 70 ancient mammoths, and is sufficient to easily crush him. The mountain split sect disciple kept comforting himself. However, when he saw the confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes, his heart could not help but waver. Why was this Duan Lingtian so confident? Could it be that he has the confidence to defeat me in a head-on battle? The mountain split sect disciples were truly unwilling to believe it. No. Impossible, impossible. He must be deliberately mystifying. He must be. At this critical moment, the mountain split sect disciple's thoughts suddenly changed, and he continued to comfort himself. He watched as the grade 7 spirit staff in his hand smashed down fiercely, and was about to collide with the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that was smashing over. The mountain split sect disciple shouted, wanting to use this to overcome the fear and uneasiness in his heart. At the same time, the mountain split sect disciple didn't hold back in the slightest and completely poured into the grade 7 spirit staff in his hand. Whoosh! It was as if the staff was assisted by the gods, and it came crashing down. Awesome! Duan Lingtian swung his grade 6 spirit sword. His arm flashed out like a python swinging its tail, and he met the staff that was descending with a bang. Meanwhile, Quake energy. Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 6 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian swung up and smashed out started to intensely tremble, and the frequency grew faster and faster. Before it collided with the staff that the mountain split sect disciple smashed down fiercely, the quake energy was raised to the limit. Quake energy at the limit. The area of effect was the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, in other words, in a head-on collision. So long as the strength of the opponent that Duan Lingtian faced didn't exceed the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, then the quake energy would be able to produce an effect that was as if the gods were assisting him. Yet now, although the staff that the mountain split sect disciple smashed down menacingly, it was only stronger than Duan Lingtian by the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. It just happened to be within the area of effect of the quake energy. Whoosh! The mountain split sect disciple's staff smashed down, and it carried along a might that tore through the sky as it fiercely smashed down. Duan Lingtian swung his grade 6 spirit sword. Then he abandoned the blade of the sword and smashed out with the body of the sword to meet the staff that smashed down with a bang. The strength on the staff was comparable to the strength of 898 ancient mammoths. The strength on the sword was comparable to the strength of 828 ancient mammoths. The difference between the two was the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. Right at the instant when the staff and sword flashed out and were about to collide, time seemed to have stopped. Duan Lingtian is about to lose. The difference between the strength of the two of them is the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. The outcome is without suspense. Although Duan Lingtian is defeated, it's honorable. It's difficult to imagine that he's only a 22-year-old 7-star sword sect disciple. The group of people from the 4 great sects stared fixedly at the scene before them, and their thoughts spun abruptly. He's won. The 7-star sword sect's leader, Jin Hong, and the 2 peak masters beside him revealed gratified smiles. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, good job. The smile on Zheng Song's face was extremely brilliant. Meng Qiu's face revealed a smile as well. Duan Lingtian, amazing. Only Huang Ji looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was filled with fierceness and viciousness, and he had an unwilling expression. Duan Lingtian. Why is it always you who's in the limelight? Why? Clang! The ear-piercing sound of the staff and sword colliding resounded out in the entire martial competition courtyard. Although the people present were mentally prepared, some of the disciples with comparatively lower cultivation still couldn't help but go pale, and they felt that their eardrums were almost about to be shattered by this ear-piercing sound. Whoosh! At the instant that the grade 6 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian swung out and the grade 7 spirit staff in the mountain split sect disciples' hands smashed onto each other, the 2 origin energies collided with a bang, and the sounds of air exploding rose and fell continuously, and the turbulent airflow in the air formed circle after circle of ripples that spread out. Instantly, a gust of strong wind blew out from the collision between Duan Lingtian and the mountain split sect disciple, and it swept out in all directions. The wind blew to the point the clothes of the spectators fluttered. But not a single one of the spectators paid attention to this, because their gazes were currently on the two people that were colliding with each other. They wanted to know what the final outcome would be. Suddenly, "Let go!" A fierce and explosive shout entered into the ears of everyone present. Subsequently, most people noticed to their astonishment. Along with the explosive shout of the seven-star sword sect disciple, Duanling Tian, the Mountain Split sect disciple followed in the footsteps of the Mountain Split sect disciple that was defeated in the battle with Duanling Tian earlier. The space between his thumb and index finger was split open and dripped with fresh blood, and he directly threw away the weapon in his hand. Clang! The grade 7 spirit staff crashed onto the ground and emitted an ear-piercing sound that shook most people to the point their hearts palpitated. They didn't know what had happened. Now, probably only the person involved, the Mountain Split sect disciple, knew exactly what had happened. He originally thought that his strength was stronger than Duanling Tian by the strength of 70 ancient mammoths, and he would be able to easily crush Duanling Tian and defeat Duanling Tian. Unexpectedly, right at the instant the grade 7 spirit staff in his hand collided with the grade 6 spirit sword in Duanling Tian's hand, he felt the origin energy on his staff being dispersed by the vibrating energy that stretched out from Duanling Tian's sword not long after. Not only that, the terrifying vibrating energy even spread out from the grade 7 spirit staff in his hand to his hand, then it spread throughout his entire body, including his bones and internal organs. When the origin energy in his body was dispersed and the space between his thumb and index finger that held the staff was split open, he realized that if he still didn't let go, it was extremely likely that he would be directly shaken to death. Right at this moment, Duanling Tian's explosive shout caused him to not dare hesitate any longer, and he hurriedly let go of the grade 7 spirit staff in his hand now. He was able to feel the feelings of his junior brother that was defeated by Duanling Tian earlier. The vibrating energy that Duanling Tian exerted was too strange. It was impossible to guard against. The grade 6 spirit sword in Duanling Tian's hand shook as he withdrew the vibrating energy. Then the body of the sword slapped out to descend onto the Mountain Split sect disciple that was close by. The Mountain Split sect disciple didn't even have the time to circulate the origin energy in his body that was shaken to the point of being blasted flying by Duanling Tian's sword, and he flew out like an arrow that left the bowstring before fiercely crashing onto the ground with a bang. "Thank you for letting me win." This Mountain Split sect disciple didn't speak rudely to Duanling Tian. So Duanling Tian didn't continue to attack and didn't overdo it. "You're extremely strong. I wholeheartedly accept my loss." The Mountain Split sect disciple stood up with difficulty, then he nodded with a smile to Duanling Tian before picking up the grade 7 spirit staff and returning to the pergola the other 3 Mountain Split sect disciples were at. Meanwhile, everyone present recovered from their shock, and their gazes once again descended onto Duanling Tian as if they'd seen a ghost. A difference of the strength of 70 ancient mammoths, yet this Duanling Tian actually won? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? The party with a weaker strength actually won in a head-on collision? It's simply like an act. No matter how the people present thought or doubted, Duanling Tian had won in the end, won fair and square. Presently, only the few people from the 7-star sword sect seemed to not be surprised in the slightest. What exactly happened? The Mountain Split sect's leader even sent a voice transmission to the Mountain Split sect disciple that was defeated by Duanling Tian, his personal disciple. "Your strength is obviously stronger than Duanling Tian. Why did you lose in the end? Why was the web between your thumb and index finger split open? Why did you throw away the spirit weapon in your hand?" There were too many questions in the heart of the Mountain Split sect's leader. The process of his personal disciple being defeated by Duanling Tian was no different than the disciple that was defeated by Duanling Tian earlier, if there really had to be a difference. That was the disciple that fought Duanling Tian earlier, and his strength was equal to Duanling Tian. Whereas this personal disciple of his had instead been defeated by Duanling Tian by relying on the method of defeating the strong as the weak, under the circumstances that his strength was sufficient to crush Duanling Tian. He was defeated without anyone, without any preconditions or signs. Everything happened so suddenly. At this moment, the Mountain Split sect's leader's mood was gloomy. He'd asked his personal disciple to challenge Duanling Tian with the original intention of teaching Duanling Tian a lesson. After all, Duan Lingtian had broken the legs of his mountain split sect disciple, and although that little bit of injury could be healed with a grade 7 gold injury pill, it still caused the mountain split sect to lose face unexpectedly. Now they hadn't gotten back the face they'd lost, and they'd lost face once more. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.